Today on Strange Suspicion, Pia and Bobby Raccoon take a look at one of old Granny's favorite cases in true crime, the Idaho 4. So many things just not making any dang dollars nor cents. So sit back, grab yourself some snacks and a drink, 'cause they just about ready, y'all. And remember, Granny loves you. Whoop whoop.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth! Order in the court!
So guys, in the tapestry of life, there exists a sacred bond that transcends all else. And it's a mother's love. It's a love that begins with the miracle of birth. And there's a symphony that plays in the background of life for a mother that is pain and joy. And it's like intertwined as your motherly love begins to flourish and welcomes your child through all situations, through the good, the bad, the trials, the tribulations, the happiness, the accomplishments, all the milestone, guys. You know what I'm talking about. It's a love that knows no bounds, no limits. And there's a beacon of hope and comfort in a child when they look into their parents' eyes. And a mother is someone who shared their own body with their child for 9 months, which is really, really a big deal. It is a very big connection. It's a connection that no other two beings will have with one another. It is the same in the animal kingdom as it is in us as humans, that there should be this unwavering, unconditional, almost natural instinct to protect your own child and to love them more than anybody else could. But there is a woman named Shandra Vanderark, and she is from Michigan. She is absolutely the worst mother that I have ever heard of in my life. I mean, we've all seen movies where they depict women as like the most horrible mother that you could ever imagine.
Turning now to Michigan, where Shandra Vanderark was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole after being convicted of killing her 15-year-old son.
You testified yourself how highly intelligent you were. In fact, that's the only thing that you testified to that I think was actually true. You were quite proud of that, boasting how intelligent you were. Quite frankly, there's a mother's love that I've seen that is striking. And anybody who's a parent who's married, like most mothers, and not all, but most mothers have such a strong love for their children. And to see what you did to your own child, I don't know if there's a word in the English language to describe how to describe it. I only can come up with just horrific. You know, toward the end of these text messages, you and Paul are talking about not wanting him to win. He's not going to win. I didn't allow pictures to be shown in open court of Timothy as he was when he died, because I didn't want people to remember him like that. But of all the things you took away from him, one thing I didn't want you to take away from him was at least some shred of dignity. A beautiful child with a lot of life in his eyes. That's who your son was. And you took that from him. I'm choosing to remember him as a happy individual with life, not as an individual. And that's the picture I want people to remember of your son. You took that from him. You took it from him. For what reason, I don't know. Mr. Johnson's right. There is something broken in you. I don't know what that is, but it doesn't negate what you did here. So besides remembering him like that, I'm not going to let you hide in the darkness anymore. People know what you are now. They know what you did.
Police found Timothy Ferguson dead and severely malnourished inside the family's home. The few photos of the victim taken around his death were deemed too graphic to be shown to the public. But this photo here was shown today in court. The jury deliberated for a little more than an hour before finding his mother guilty on all charges. Today at sentencing, her two oldest children addressed the court.
Timothy was so smart. He could take anything apart with any tools, or none at all. He had trouble focusing, but when he did, he was just as smart as the rest of his class. He made people angry, yes, but then he would look at you with those big baby blue eyes, and you could never stay mad at him. I knew him his whole life. I held him the day he was born, and I continued to try to hold his hand as long as he was by my side, until he wasn't. I want the woman who killed my little brother to face the highest punishment possible. I want her detained for the rest of her life so she can't hurt anyone else. And I want the world to know that Timothy was wanted, if not by her, then by me. He was loved by me.
I thought that things were different than when I was younger. I thought my mother had changed for the better. Not one day has been easier since then. I've had to leave my career behind. My wife has to watch helplessly as I struggle, day in and day out, wondering how none of us knew what was going on, wondering if I told Tim I loved him enough times for him to remember up until the very end. I have to wake up every day and pretend that I am who I was before Timothy died. I have to pretend to be Nolan so that my friends and coworkers and family won't worry about me more than they already do. I'm surrounded by people who love me and care about me, but not a single person besides my sisters who understand how hard it is. Timothy wasn't surrounded by people who loved him when he died. And if I had known that, nothing could have stopped me from rescuing him and holding him in my arms and telling him I love him, that his big brothers got him, just like I did the day he was born. But because of Shandra Vanderark's actions, I instead got to cradle the bag of his ashes in my arms, just like the day he was born. In all my life, I only knew one thing that my little brother didn't like. He hated goodbyes. If he had to say goodbye to anyone, he would cry and he would hold you and he would say, "Don't go." But now I'm the one crying, but I never got to say goodbye. I will always love Timothy like I always have, and it kills me to think about it. But I know he loved even his abuser and killer up until the very end, because unlike me, that's all he was capable of, love. I, on the contrary, want to stand here and express the anger and hatred that I feel, but if I'm honest, all that's just a mask, a bandage I try to put over the hole in my heart that was reserved for Timothy, but is now just filled with pain and remorse for every hug, high five, and I loved you that I might have missed in the time that I had with my sweet baby brother. Now I turn to the justice system in hopes that in addition to serving the maximum penalty, that there will be no appeals or second chances. If I can't have my brother back, she shouldn't have her freedom back.
You know, it's interesting. The judge mentioned during his sentencing that he took note of the fact that Shandra Vanderark never looked at either of those two kids as they were delivering their statement. So he made a note of that.
There's no intention. There's no intention to hurt or kill or to abuse this young man. My client will take the stand. You'll find out she's a highly intelligent person. She went to law school. She passed the bar examination. She was in the process of trying to become licensed as this matter began. She graduated cum laude in her high school. It's not a college setting. I think law school is the second person on the list. She was clerking for judges. She was working and studying, and she was this close to achieving lifelong goals. Then she gets a call from her ex-husband. "I'm putting Timothy out, the victim. You want him, or he's going to protective services." She takes him in. She takes him in. She takes him in. Send him to me.
It's like Shandra Vanderark was not born with any kind of shame, I would say. And I do have a lot of education in psychology. I have both a bachelor's and a master's degree in psychology, and I can tell you that this is a narcissistic quality that she has. She's like a sociopath in a sense, and if not in a sense, in completeness, she's a sociopath, because the sacred bond that she should have felt as a mother was shattered. She was like grotesque in the way that she treated her own child, and the mockery of his his existence. I believe that this kid was special needs. He had a lot of gifts, including his intelligence. He was very intelligent, according to his sister, who spoke at his mother's sentencing about how smart he was, and he could use any kind of tool and put things together. And it was kind of like deceitful and devilish. And at the same time, he had this cute little bright smile that just would prevent anybody from holding any kind of grudge against this kid. And all the while, this sweet little smile on this sweet little boy was just a mask. You know, a lot of children that are abused and neglected and treated wrongfully by their family, their friends, or people they trust, they hide behind the smile. And luckily, in the eyes of the law, Shandra Vanderark faced her sentence. And what she did was not only the actions of herself, but the actions of another one of her children, guys.
In front of him to see if he would respond. Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
I know it's difficult. Did he respond?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do when he tried to respond?
I had to, or as I was told, I pulled it away.
So we didn't get to eat the pizza roll?
No.
Do you recall while Timothy was in the tub, an exchange where your mother inquired about pouring hot sauce on his private parts?
I do, yes.
Did you do that?
No. That was beyond cool, as everything else was.
So you put him in the tub around 2. Did your mom come home at 6?
Yes.
And when your mom gets home at 6, did you go to work at that point in time?
She drove me to work, yes.
Was Timothy still in the tub at that point in time?
Yes.
So you and your mom drove to Grand Haven to drop you off at work, and Timothy's just in the tub?
Yes, sir.
Was he even physically able to move around at that point in time?
No.
Do you recall getting a text message from your mother around 11:30 or so that night while you were at work?
Yes. Though I saw it later than that because I was busy.
So you received the text message, but you didn't actually read it until a little bit later than it was received.
Yes, sir.
And what did you understand from that text message from your mother about where Timothy had been up until the time you were at work at 11:30 at night?
Still in the tub.
So that's 9 hours plus from the time that you first put him in the tub at 2 o'clock?
Yes.
When he died, he was a shadow of his former self, a ghost. There was nothing left of him emotionally. When he drew his last breath, his frail body ravaged of malnutrition and hypothermia. He wasn't eating, guys. The things that she was doing to him were unimaginable. When the details started to come out about what she did, the courtroom was like in disbelief, sorrow, disgust. The judge didn't even want to show pictures of what happened to this kid because he wanted this kid to have some shred of dignity for Timothy Ferguson. A judge begging to show some dignity for this little boy who didn't deserve any of this. How could a mom, a biological mom, any mom in any sense of the word mom, entrusted with this precious gift of being able to give life into this world, betray her own flesh and blood in such a manner? He wasn't allowed to leave. He wasn't allowed to go anywhere. He was tortured 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when she wasn't even home. She got his other brother in on it. He's in prison too. Thank goodness. I don't think he's any kind of victim. I'm not going to let him have a free pass. That kid did just as much as his mother did, and he deserves every second. I don't care. That's my opinion, and I'm going to stand by that. So how dare Shandra Vanderark do anything like this to Timothy? In December, in a crowded courtroom, the long-awaited sentence was given to this woman. She was convicted of murder, and it marked the beginning of the end for her, for the mom who lost her way, the poor, poor mom who didn't realize what she was doing, in her own words. Seems like she knew what she was doing. The details of these crimes is disgusting. She intentionally and systematically and routinely abused and tortured Timothy. This woman is disgusting. She made him eat bread with hot sauce on it, and that's it. She made him defecate and urinate on himself. Made him put his hands above his head for hours. Made statements to her older son, older than him anyway, that he's not going to win this time. He can't have his way. Don't let him have his way. Don't let him sneak food. This kid just wanted to eat some food. What kind of mother does something like that? The echo of Timothy's tragic story is going to go through the news year after year, sentence after sentence, and she'll be made into an example. You better count on that. But to people that knew Timothy, to his siblings, to his other family, to the people he went to school with, his teachers, his fellow students, his friends, even though justice has been served, the wounds inflicted upon him and his soul will never heal. It's a reminder of the enduring power of a mother's love, an unfathomable pain of its absence, There's an unfathomable, the unfathomable, the unimaginable pain of the absence of a mother's love. Something that a lot of us never have to understand. And when you lose your mother, you shouldn't lose her in that way. You should never lose your mother because she lost her mind and she decided to be abusive to you and end your life tragically, slowly, and torturously. Let's discuss this woman. Go on and come up on panel. We'll put the link in the chat. Let's discuss this. Let's let our voices be heard. Don't be afraid. Okay, guys, you guys have been asking for this content, so we're going to go ahead and start this discussion out on the Delphi case. On February 13th, 2017, Abigail Williams and Liberty German were in Delphi, Indiana, which is a very, very small town in Indiana, and they were hiking on the Delphi historic trails. This wasn't a new thing to them. They were familiar with these trails, and there was no issue as far as their parents allowing them to do such a thing at their age by themselves.
Teens Libby taking this grainy video the day of their disappearance, showing a man walking toward the girls. Authorities have said he may be the killer. Libby also captured this chilling recording, thought to be the man's voice.
So one day they were walking on the Delphi historic trails and never came home. This was not only a concern for their families, but also for the local community. This was very out of sorts. These girls had come and gone from those trails many, many times before, and it was actually one of their favorite things that they did together. And as the investigation unfolded, there was whispers throughout the community of a connection between these girls being missing and human trafficking. And those rumors began to surface, raising haunting shadow over the case that shocked the nation and the world. So the story of their hike begins with innocence and adventure. Two young girls eager to explore the world around them, and they even thought that they were meeting up with some really cute boy. And with the promise of a beautiful day ahead, they set out on the trails, and they were excited, they were laughing, they were joking around, and they were, making their way through the woods. And it started to be like a really carefree adventure, and then it turned into a nightmare. Nobody's really sure what actually happened at this point. The only people that would really know are Abby and Libby. And unfortunately, they didn't live to tell their story. So as the news of their disappearance spread, there was a certain fear starting to build in Delphi, and they started to realize that these girls were lured into the woods by a fake social media profile. This fake social media profile was a very, very attractive young man who they thought perhaps they were meeting up with in the woods. As girls don't think very clearly at the age these girls were, they decided to go ahead and seek out this guy in the woods, which is terrifying when we think about it, but a very, very innocent and naive thing for somebody of that age to do without thinking it out very much. And unfortunately, when they found these girls, they were found in such a way that it seemed like a ritualistic type cultish, like Odinistic type ritual. I'm not sure if there's truth to that, or if there's more of like an obsessive need for people to try to understand something about this case and try to draw a connection. Because if you're found out in the woods after a while, I'm sure that your environment changes around you and things are disturbed and things fall down and things blow around, and you never know how you're going to find somebody. Perhaps there is a connection and perhaps there isn't. We don't really know for sure because we're not Abby and we're not Libby. But in the wake of this discovery of the girls, the FBI joined this investigation and a task force was formed for the investigation of the disappearance of Abby and Libby. Despite their efforts, the identity of the killer just remained a mystery, leaving the community and the families of the victims just like panicked and like in a state of disbelief and a state of like anguish. And in the investigation of the Delphi murders, there was a darker truth to begin to emerge. Like, it was starting to be exposed that could the disappearance of these two girls be linked to the sinister world of human trafficking? The mere suggestion has got this community on fire. They are terrified for their children. And as pieces fell into place, signs pointing to human trafficking began to surface. And a remote location of the crime scene, the nature of the abduction, how they were lured by a fake social media profile, by somebody who wanted to have some like secret relationship with them. There was a clear motive, and it all pointed to a larger, most sinister plot that nobody could have premeditated. But as law enforcement struggled to connect the dots, the specter of human trafficking loomed larger than ever. The faces of the missing children from across the country emerged. Stories started to relate to these two girls, and a heartbreaking reminder of the toll of human trafficking in this country puts a strain on the pressure received by the FBI and the law enforcement, and even the local community in Delphi, Indiana.
Over 100 people out searching the area last night, walking both sides of the creek bank.
In Carroll County, police are set to regroup and restart the search for two missing girls.
Eat together, okay? That way we cover more property, quicker time. 21, Copter 5.
We have found two bodies. We are investigating this as a crime scene. We suspect foul play.
State police and the FBI have been on the scene now for several hours. A number of units and teams have been here trying to gather information.
Bodies have been positively identified as Abigail J. Williams, 13, of the Delphi area, and Liberty Rose Lynn German, 14, of the Delphi area. This is considered a double homicide investigation.
The two girls discovered in the woods, authorities asking for your help tonight. Their last Snapchat and the image of a man authorities would like to talk to.
And they now have enough evidence to call him the prime suspect.
We do have some new information for you today. Liberty had the presence of mind to turn on her video camera, but there's enough there that somebody could recognize this person's voice.
Not yet. Not yet.
And if you're watching, we'll find you.
There have been more than 11,000 tips
come in to our command center.
Somebody knows something. Somebody has to know this person, recognize that voice.
It's not easy, and a lot of people are putting a lot of work into this, and we're hoping that the tip's there, and we're going to find it.
Their local law enforcement is terrified and understaffed and not able to handle something of this magnitude on their own. And it shows. Despite the darkness that surrounds the case, there remains hope for justice. Law enforcement has made an effort to incriminate a man named Richard Allen, who admitted to being on the bridge at the time, around the time that the girls went missing. But it's to my understanding that he offered that information to law enforcement. It's nothing they discovered through an investigation. It was something that he voluntarily, to my understanding, if I'm remembering correctly, according to my research, allegedly, he gave that information. That's nothing that they discovered. But human trafficking is a problem in the United States. Human trafficking is something that is very deliberate, something that is very, very intimidating, and something that is very dangerous. It's important that we remember to tell young people about their safety and tell people that it's inappropriate to talk to people who are older than you, and why it's inappropriate and why it's dangerous. The Delphi case should be a stirring and stern reminder to those who have children, to instill in them the moral value and the safety that they need to practice when speaking to strangers online. The Delphi murders have an insidious nature within the darkness of the mystery of this crime. It's devastating. It takes a toll on every parent in the country and every person afraid for their safety. There has been so much human trafficking in the United States that the signs are everywhere. They shouldn't be ignored, and these people shouldn't get away. Whoever's responsible for the horrible crimes against Abby and Libby need to be punished. Richard Allen or whoever else would be responsible. Whether he's innocent or whether he's guilty, these girls lost their lives from somebody. And the appropriate person needs to be punished. Do you feel that Richard Allen is the appropriate person to be punished for this crime? I'd love to open up the panel to see what you guys think. Because together, we can build a world where every child is safe, at least the ones that we look out for as a community. Every family as a whole and every community owes it to themselves and their neighbors and their friends to watch out for children being victimized. Tell me your thoughts. Let's talk together. I don't want to talk at you. Let's talk together. Be brave. Go up on panel. We'll put the link right in the chat. If you want to come up, come on up. So let's jump right into Idaho 4 guys and the crimes committed against Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Goncalves, and Maddie Mogan. The tragic events that occurred that caused their demise, and the suspected murderer, which is Brian Koberger. Brian Koberger has been in jail for over a year, and he is represented by his lawyer, Ann Taylor. On Friday, there was a development in the case, and basically the development in the case involved Taylor arguing that there was a notion that this order that passed was issued without prior discussion or like a scheduled hearing. So it was a violation of Brian Koberger's rights under the 14th Amendment. And by curtailing the defense's ability to gather information from potential jurors, Taylor argued the fact that Koberger's right to due process was unduly compromised. And she's right, guys. He has every right to be informed about things that are going to happen against him in a case. And they, vice versa. Everybody should be informed on both sides. The prosecution should be given access to all the information and evidence that the defense is given, and the defense is to give all their information, facts, and evidence also to the prosecution for due process and for a fair trial. So Judge reiterated that to both parties that engaging with any potential jurors until further notice was prohibited, signaling that the gravity of the situation called for such an order. However, he also assured that a hearing would be promptly given to address this matter, to resolve it, underscoring the importance of procedural fairness and transparency in the legal process, as if he had to be bribed to do such a thing or coerced into doing the right thing, which I feel is an injustice in and of itself. And Taylor conceded that some questions that she had posed regarding the media influence have been factually inaccurate.
Hey guys, so we are doing something a little bit different today. We are trying to accommodate those of you who are across the pond. So welcome to Strange Suspicion. For those of you who saw that intro video, those are the topics that we are planning to discuss today. Although we have an open panel for anybody who wants to come on up and share their thoughts and their insights. Please feel safe to do so here. There's no judgment and there's no disrespect. So I just wanted to make a few announcements because I'm very, very proud of the growth that our community has made. We have gained about 1.4K subs, guys, in the last 28 days. That means the shares, the likes, the comments, everything that you have done to put this channel out into the algorithm is so incredible. And we are absolutely grateful for each one of you. Whether you are just a member of the Red Room crew, which is just like a free subscriber, an unpaid subscriber, or if you're one of our 59 paid members that we currently have. I think that we have, I think it was, I'm not sure, but I know there was 1,400 more since the last 28 days. I think the last time that we did a video, it was something like 3,600 subs. Now we're, I don't know the number, Bob might know back there, but for those of you watching, I know I do see, I'm trying to keep my eye on the chat here. I do see Jane. I know you're across the pond. I think we did start at your 420. If you could tell me if I was right about that. I know we started here. We usually start here for those of you who haven't been to this channel. We usually start our videos Mondays and Thursdays at 4:20 Eastern, and that's 4:20 p.m. Eastern. On Mondays, we usually do premieres with live chat, and on Thursdays, we do lives, and Saturdays, we usually do lives as well at 4:20 p.m. Eastern. But today, we decided that because it was requested from people across the pond that we change the time, just maybe once or twice every once in a while, it might be more convenient for those of you over there. Hopefully, it's working out. Let me know in the chat. I'm trying to keep an eye on it right now and keep my eyes level with the camera and do everything right. So just bear with me. I know that there's people watching from a lot of different countries. I'm just checking out the community post for those of you who do keep an eye on our channel on a daily basis. You are absolutely appreciated. We love communicating with each one of you, and a lot of you communicate every single day. It makes us feel very grateful to have such a welcoming and loving community. You guys have no idea what a difference you make in our daily lives just with the energy that you're bringing towards us. But we do know that there are people from all different time zones. Let me see, this community post says Belgium. I see Belgium, Australia, Spain, Italy, Ukraine, Luxembourg. I see Ireland, Scotland. I think I said New Zealand already. But I know there's people in pretty much every time zone, which blows my mind. And Bob and I are extremely blown away by the amount of worldwide support that we have had on this channel. Oh yeah, there's also South Africa. I'm seeing South Africa. I don't want to leave that out because that's crazy. So whatever time it is by you, like if it's in the morning right now and you're on the West Coast and you're chilling out and enjoying an early 420 with maybe some coffee or some hot tea, I really appreciate you joining us. I know that Cyborg Mama is on the beach somewhere, unless it is storming out there still. I thought you said that it might be raining when we talked before. So big shout out to everybody who did answer what time zone that they were in. We're trying to accommodate that and clear things up with that. But usually if you're new here, we do post the videos on Mondays and on Thursdays at 4:20. Mondays being premiere videos, Thursdays being lives. We do take content requests, and we've been following mostly the Brian Koberger case. Sorry, I'm gonna have to take something to drink. Trying to hold that in for a minute, guys. Excuse me. All right. So I did get a few questions in the community posts, and it's like an unwritten rule. I don't know if everybody is aware of this channel. We did put it in the channel trailer, which is one of the first 2 videos ever on this channel, that I do make it a habit to answer every single comment that comes in to the channel, as long as it's appropriate. We have gotten some kind of tasteless, ridiculous requests for me to answer some comments or questions that were left, and I absolutely will not be answering disrespectful comments or even acknowledging them. It's just a waste of my time. But we do answer every comment and every email individually, like gradually. We do get quite a lot of emails. I think there's something like 652 emails right now waiting on our email address. If our mods would be so kind as to drop the email address, or Bob, if you could put it on the banner at the bottom of the screen. We welcome your emails for any purpose at all. Content suggestions, sorry, the dog. Content suggestions and anything that you would want us to cover, or anything that you were concerned with if somebody was disrespectful or in any way, or if you wanted to present some information to us, as well as we were requested to get a PO box, guys. So now I do wear the makeup to keep us very anonymous. True crime is dangerous. You are aware of that. I mean, we're all adults. We all have brains. We've watched true crime. We know how dangerous this world can be. So we do try to keep our identity pretty hidden. This PO box that we got is simply for you to send things, like if you want us to promote your company or product, or that sounds crazy, but you know what I mean? I know I was mentioning the Juggalo company who had emailed me and they wanted us to do t-shirts, like wear their t-shirts on stream. I have no problem with that. That's totally cool. If you want to send it, I know that there's some natural salve that I'm going to get, some pain salve from Cyborg Mama, who is kind enough to share something she makes with me. She's incredible. Anything at all, as long as it's legal, it's okay for you guys to send. Please don't send anything illegal. Please don't send anything inappropriate. I would appreciate that. We do have a PO box. I think I can probably paste it, and then maybe, yeah, let's see. You got it already? Oh, okay. Well, here's another one. So we did get some requests, and one of the coolest requests that we got to get this PO box, guys, was these people in South Africa want to send us this haunted relic. Like, how spooky can that be? that's going to be amazing. So hopefully you guys are watching. I don't know what time it is in South Africa, but I'm very much looking forward to that. We are excited to get more involved with paranormal stuff again. So if you have any requests for that, then you can leave locations down below. I know we'll be taking a trip to Oklahoma at some point in the next couple of months, and we'll be doing a lot of very exciting things that we will tell you about in the near future. I just don't want to give like everything away, but like if you wanted to write letters to the community, send us case files. Johnny V, if you're watching, hey, shout out to you. We have been working very hard on your details of your case. I know it's not going as fast as you probably want us to, but we will be covering the corruption that was involved in your personal case. However, we are human, and Bob and I became very emotionally involved in your case, and it hurt our hearts. So we need to shake it off for a little bit and kind of go back into investigating and organizing it the right way so that we can present it with dignity. So Johnny V, if you're watching, please be in touch. We have watched everything, and we are absolutely going to cover that. I think the community is going to rally around you, and you'll feel embraced with the love that we feel embraced with this community. I can't believe the love that we have from this community. So, okay, I got distracted, guys. Kind of have some things written down that I wanted to say. So I basically thank you guys so much for, the subscriber count is out of control. We are almost to 5,000 subs, I'm going to say. I know we're only at 4,100, but it just keeps going up. So we were discussing in a prior live on Thursday, I believe it was, with Tani, and there was so many of you there. Tani Mouse, there was I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. 13th Hour, Cyborg Mama. We were talking about like makeup cases and coffee mugs and stuff. And no, this is absolutely not a channel for us to like be millionaires off of, but we do think that merch is important for like, I don't know, so that we can feel more like a community. And so it can be more beneficial for everyone all the way around, because Bob and I would like to do this full time. So the only way to do that is for us to come up with different streams of income. And I know that Tani, Bob, are you back there right now? Okay. Tani had a video that she had sent to us. And the cool thing about this is I forgot, Tani, where you said if she's still in the chat. She's going to be in and out. But Tani made this little video, and she's wearing a shirt, guys. And she designed this shirt. And I'm like, it like touched my heart, Tani. Every time like I've watched this probably like 300 times on my phone. I can't stop smiling anytime I see that. So if you could show that real quick, Bob, I just wanted to see what people thought of that design, because I wanted her to be able to see.
Hey, it's Tani Nubs. I watch Strange Suspicion on YouTube. What are you watching?
So, oh, okay. Wait, dang it. Can you pause at all, like on that image of the shirt, or? Let's see. Did you guys see that shirt? Okay.
Hey, it's Tani Nubs. I watch Strange Suspicion on YouTube. What are you watching?
That's awesome. So Tani Nubs is our mod, and Tani Nubs designed that t-shirt, guys. And I think it's really cool. And yeah, right, it's cute. I liked it as a, like, I thought like makeup bag, and also like a tote maybe, or like a, like, what is a coffee cup, t-shirt, beanie. I was thinking beanie, but there was like some kind of controversy about the beanie thing. So I don't know, like Illuminati stuff. We did did you have the Diddy video, babe, or should I just talk about it? Okay, I'll talk about it. So let's see in the chat. Why don't we put a 1 in the chat if you know who P. Diddy is, or Sean Combs, or P. Diddy Combs, or Totes. Yeah. Well, Bob and I listen to a lot of different kinds of music, and one of those different kinds of music that we listen to is rap. We listen to like actual rap. Last night we tried to like find, well, actually all afternoon yesterday, we were trying to find like what was a P. Diddy song, you know? Like, how is this guy? I don't know. So we looked at Spotify and I'm like, well, he's on that song, but like it was on the Bad Boy 2 soundtrack or something like that. And I'm like, oh, look, he's on this song, but he was like not really on the song. Like every time we looked for a song with P. Diddy on it, it was like he was just like the hype guy or like doing a cameo or like a little spot on the song. So like I didn't really think, like I didn't take it really seriously, but I guess he had like also a alcohol company and he had a clothing company and I think a shoe company. I'm not sure about the shoes, but there you are, babe. Good. Bob's with us, guys. Everybody say hi to Bob in the chat. So do you remember that yesterday?
Yeah. I remember the music being like super generic.
Awful.
Like, I never liked P. Diddy, like at all. Like I always thought he was like terrible rapper anyway. But
agreed.
Hello, Ann. Hello, everybody. Hello, Carrie. Hello, 13th hour. Hello, Nevada. And hello, everyone else.
Hello, everyone across the pond, like Jane.
But yeah, the music was super generic. And
yeah, it was. And it didn't seem like he was like you know, like what was the time he was big in? The 90s, the 2000s?
Yeah, it was like early or late 90s, like 99.
Right. He wasn't like hit after hit after hit. What am I trying to say here? He wasn't like a...
Well, what I remember is he had the one song that we talked about that you knew the name of it. I don't now, but you called it out. What was it?
Was it the one on the Bad Boy?
It was the one with that Maze rapper guy. And they were like in suits and they were like, I don't know. Anyway, it was like his first hit. It was like 98 or 99 or something. And like after that though, like, do you remember when he had that like house and he had like all those like underage kids in it and they were like rappers and it was like on MTV or something?
Yeah, and it was called Making the Band, right?
Yeah.
Somebody just said that in our chat. Yeah. I don't remember it until you just said that and I read that. Yeah.
Oh man, it was a terrible show. I can't remember it very well, but I did watch it because I had MTV back then and I just probably watched whatever.
It was all little boys, right? Or no.
No, but
it was like a competition show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was, I remember cringing watching it though. Like I remember like not liking it.
Like you were uncomfortable.
Yeah. Super like I don't know. I don't remember that much, but I knew I didn't like it. Like it was bad. Like just terrible. And you could tell it was super scripted. And Diddy was like, this is my house, you know, like you're gonna do what I'm gonna say and kind of thing.
Gross.
You know, it was weird. It was just a weird show. I wouldn't even go back and look at it to entertain it. So, but do you want me to play that that one with Lil Wayne?
I do. So guys, I sent this to Bob's phone like very close to when we were gonna start today. And I just want you to pay attention to like, I love when people do this, and it's like my guilty pleasure when somebody has done wrong to another person, okay? And the person who was done wrong has the ability to sit right next to the person who did them wrong and just call them out without calling them out. Like, tell P. Diddy he did something really stupid without telling P. Diddy he did something really stupid, guys. Go ahead, Bob. Show him this.
I got a question. I'm just trying to tell all these young cats out there trying to come up, you know, like, where do you think they got to go to? From your point of view, you know what I'm saying? What is the best advice you could give them? Because I be telling them, like, my best advice is they got to do it a whole new way, different way, like they from another planet. But coming from you, coming from the man of men right now, tell them something good.
I mean,
First of all, you want to stay away from these Diddy popping motherfuckers. Motherfuckers dancing all on the motherfucking stage and shit. They want your ass. You call them astronauts. So be afraid. Be very afraid.
You really ain't built for the game.
Something
like that.
Don't be trying to be famous or you gonna run into a motherfucker like that.
You gonna run into a motherfucker like that?
He said one of these diddly P diddly. Diddly do.
I love how burnt out his voice sounds. He's all like, yeah. I can't even.
Yeah, and he did. Well, see, so I was gonna bring up the fact that as far as like, I don't want to pick the subject first, guys, but since we did an intro for everything that we're willing to, that we're knowledgeable enough to put in our intro about this live we're doing today, like we can absolutely talk about whatever you want. But I think it's interesting that when you put the thumbnail together, babe, you put like Macaulay Culkin in it, and you put, you know what I mean? So not only is it like a thing that like P. Diddy has been accused of, but Michael Jackson also in the past was accused of like victimizing people like Macaulay Culkin and Corey Feldman and Aaron Carter, and all those celebrities as children said he didn't do any of that. And I think that it's possible that when P. Diddy's called out for this, some of these people who have risen with their fame from things that they were done or propositioned to do by or for P. Diddy's enjoyment, might deny it as well. They don't want to admit their fame comes from that. Don't you think that might be similar? But I mean, Michael Jackson was never found guilty of, to my knowledge.
Well, I read a little thing about his daughters. They're behind him. I mean, you know what I mean? So they obviously probably see more than we would. I don't know. I don't know if that was like a fake story, but I don't know. The Michael Jackson thing, though, like, I mean, it was never proven, right?
No, I don't. I thought he was. I remember, like, you know, we're the same age. I remember when there's a woman outside the Michael Jackson trial, and she was releasing a dove every time it was not guilty. And I think every count was she released a dove. I remember that because I was like, whoa, another one. She had so many, like,
weird.
You know what I mean? So many doves just waiting to release. And I thought, I thought it was innocent on every count, but people think money talks, you know, like that people say the same thing about OJ Simpson. They'll say, like, you know,
yeah, that's, yeah, I don't, yeah.
Yeah. So as far as those four, is that four? So we did Chandra, we did Delphi, we did Brian, and we did.
Well, like I want to talk about P. Diddy a little bit more. Like,
okay.
We were talking about how generic his music is, and then we listened to Tupac. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right.
And like Tupac's message compared to like P. Diddy, Puffy Combs, Diddly
Yeah, whatever his name is now, right?
Yeah.
It's interesting he has so many names and he has an island and stuff.
Like all his songs were like making love and weird crap like that. I don't know. It's just weird. I mean, there's probably a couple making love Tupac songs, but I don't know. His stuff was just more like down to earth, like where P. Diddy was like popping bottles of champagne, or what were they popping? Do you remember what kind of champagne they were popping?
Cognac.
Cristal.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't drink, guys. Just so you
know.
No,
it was everybody was popping Cristal back then or some crap, and it was like
something that was on Cribs. I know what you're saying.
It was $1,000 a bottle.
Yeah, and yeah.
Or 10 or something. It was expensive. It was ridiculous, but whatever. And yeah, picture Pac rolling.
Yeah, Tupac was interesting too when we were listening to the lyrics. Remember, you were like, "That's crazy." He was saying that. He was saying like, "I can't get the pop, pop, pop." You know what I mean? Like nobody's coming after him to shoot him. Nobody's doing this, you know. And all his lyrics were about like changing and like and being responsible for things and I don't know. It just seemed like it was weird that it was like end of life type lyrics. You know what I mean?
Yeah, everything was like
It's like the longest true crime rap story there is, I would think, right?
a lot of his songs were about dying and
Yeah, and getting
stuff.
shot. Yeah,
So I don't know.
it's interesting. Because just like R. Kelly, they were saying that because like I don't know what you guys in chat think. I would love to hear what you guys think. I'm watching the chat. I would love to know what you guys think about the use of force. Like this has got to be huge. Like there's so many names, like so many people involved in this that have like a level of fame that may or may not have come from doing things to or for P. Diddy, Sean Combs, whatever you want to call him, to the very like way that it was approached and like publicized guys. Like TMZ had helicopters and planes above and cars below watching his houses, more than one of his residences raided with M16s, pulling up in Bearcats wearing Kevlar helmets, guys, talking about drug trafficking, sex trafficking, implicating some guy from, what was it, Syracuse, something like that, a basketball player kid. And he was apparently the drug mule, and he got caught. What did they say about marijuana candy? They said, and
he had a bag of coke too. I can't remember how much.
And marijuana candy, right? Right. Yeah, Jane, I think you're right. She's saying I think P. Diddy will do an Epstein, as in couldn't do a cell. Yeah, I think it's weird that, Jane, it's real interesting you brought that up, because I just had heard this morning that they were looking into P. Diddy's, or Sean Combs, or I don't know what his name is right now, but you know who I'm talking about, Jane. We're on the same page here, girl. So they're checking his flight logs now because of his private plane going to his island place. I mean, you do know, like, I think you and I were talking about this, Jane, in another video or in a live when Epstein came up, that he had been arrested in one country and then, like, of a sex crime, and then he had been maybe not extradited or sent away to another country, but moved to another country and then convicted of the same exact crime, and then another and another and another, until he just went to his own island. So I'm wondering, like, P. Diddy has a lot of money. Does anybody think that's a possibility, that it is like an Epstein thing, that now he's going or planning to go to this island that I am noticing more and more celebrities are purchasing islands, and I don't know if that is for their legal protection or if that's like some beautiful like Fiji type, Maldives, beautiful environment that you could have where like not a lot of people will be around and it could be your own little piece of the world. I don't know. I feel like he could be just fleeing to wherever he's allowed, wherever they're not able to get to him, if there is such a place in the world. Like law enforcement, FBI, DEA, who's educating these people? Are we all reading the same books? I don't understand. Like, I know we don't all have the same laws, but are we all reading the same books? Are we all playing with the same game of morals where celebrities are just going to get away with? It's like the boys will be boys thing. You know what I mean? Celebrities, they'll pay their way out of it. They'll give to your charity. They'll sponsor your event. They'll promote your product. Be on your Super Bowl, whatever it is. You guys feel like that's a thing, or is it just me? What do you think, babe?
You talking about the island thing?
I'm talking about, like, do you feel like celebrities, like how people, boy parents will be like, boys will be boys, like celebrities, like, well, yeah, but he's a good guy. He'll give to our charity. He'll sponsor our event.
That needs to stop, though.
You know what I mean?
That needs to stop. That's the problem.
Right. Right. Do you think
Like,
that that's a thing though, or do you think I'm just reaching?
yo,
Okay.
no, I don't at all think you're reaching. I think that's like spot on, yo. Yeah, my problem is, yeah, the money thing. Yeah, if you have any money, you can just walk away, or whatever. I don't know. It really depends. I don't know.
Yeah, Annie Ruler. So Annie Ruler commented, Diddy supposedly has a huge list of famous people. Her fashion industry relative told her years ago about Bieber. Someone had blackmail on him, or he knew they were going to do it on his world tour. Okay, so Annie, I used to watch this show, okay, and it was called Cribs, I think it was called, MTV Cribs, and it was P. Diddy. And I think this was Cribs. I don't know why I'm thinking it's Cribs now. Maybe it had something to do with that show he had, P. Diddy, that we were just discussing. But Justin Bieber was on the show, and he was 15 years old. And he's like, let me show you the Lambo. Let me show you the Lambo. And there's Justin Bieber, and his eyes are full of like, whoa, a Lambo. You know what I mean? He's super excited. He's like, gonna go see a Lambo. And P. Diddy's like, you know what? When you turn 16, this is gonna be your car. And Justin Bieber's eyes, like, imagine being 15 years old and some celebrity is like, hey, you can have this Lamborghini when you turn 16. He turns to him and he's like, I have my learner's permit. You could go in the passenger seat. And he's like, no, you're going to wait. And when you turn 18, I'm going to give you this mansion. He puts his hand on his shoulder like a creep. It was so nasty. And Justin Bieber has been like, it's weird to me because I'm noticing all these child celebrities, all these child singers, these actors, Nickelodeon, disgusting. P. Diddy is like the president of Nickelodeon. I don't know if you know that, but all these young actors, all these young singers, all these young celebrities have been targeted by P. Diddy. And in addition to that, Ellen puts her hands on people. Justin Bieber, I also saw an interview he did where a woman asked to make out with him. He was like, I'm 14. Why would you ask me to do that? Something like that, some age like that. And I was like,
Oh yeah, I remember that. I totally
so
remember that.
gross.
I have.
You know what I mean?
I
It's
was.
gross. But in a child's eyes, he's like, that's all I gotta do is just let him be a creep for 2 seconds. You know what I mean? That's awful. That's victimization. And now it gets to the level where people like P. Diddy's like, I'll show someone what you did then. I
have
recorded
this.
it. You know what I mean?
I have a little bit of video of him on that one show. I don't know what it was, but where he was telling him to put the thing in his pants or whatever.
Oh yeah, it was the Nickelodeon show, guys.
I'll show it real. I'll show it
You
real
got
quick.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
I always ask myself, what would P. Diddy do? What would P. Diddy do? No, I don't know. Hey, let's ask him. Oh, okay. P. Diddy?
What's up?
We can't wake up Shane.
You try symbols?
Yep.
What about sour milk?
Didn't work.
Tell you what. Take this toy helicopter. Put it down his pants.
All right, we'll do it. We'll do.
What a weirdo.
Right? Weird guys. That's weird. And he's like a president of Nickelodeon. I saw on one of the conspiracy theory people that we watch that the word Nickelodeon itself, you gotta like separate the words like Nickelodeon, but like if you do that like English to Latin, it says something like I don't care about God. Is that what we saw? I think that's what it said.
Yeah. Also on that video, they were showing like the old Nickelodeon logo where it was like the slime. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Outline of the slime, and it said Nickelodeon in it. And then they were showing the island where P. Diddy was supposedly at or whatever, and it was exactly the same shape. It was weird. I don't know, just weird.
Yeah.
Then,
Well, I feel like there's a lot of symbolism, right? Like hidden.
Probably.
The same as people say, you know, the shows. Bob and I often watch shows where people catch people, bad people who victimize children, and they use terminology. They use certain terms that only people who do such crimes use those terms. So I'm saying like the symbolism would be in the same way. That's what I was trying to point out, that like they'll put things in shows and videos and cartoons, like even like we've all seen it. Every one of us who has a child or like a niece or nephew we've taken to a movie or watched any kind of movie with, you'll see that the humor is like kind of adult, kind of child. It's kind of mixed. You know what I mean? And you don't really get it unless you get it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying like on the Nickelodeon shows, they'll do things like that. Like there's a kid sitting there and he says, "Put this down his pants." Like what is the kid doing on the bed? Is there a symbol representing something there, or is it just the action of what they're doing to him that's disgusting and inappropriate, right? And mixed in with a laugh track and you know what I mean? So then it becomes normal for children to see something like that and for them to like, nah, that's funny. It's a joke. It's okay. You know what I mean? Kind of grooming, you know?
Yeah.
Same as with, I'm not afraid to say it. Same with Disney. Disney's got a lot of controversy with victimization of children. Not just like, not just in terms of like the channel, but I mean like the organization itself, like the locations, the missing children in Disneyland and Disney World, the essay of the employees that work at such places.
Yeah, like half of those kids were complaining about all that. Like,
yeah, there was the one guy who liked the feet. What show was that on?
That's the Dan guy, right? I think
Dan Schneider, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, gross. And Jeff has a comment too. Isn't Nickelodeon also an early movie theater where a film or variety show could have been seen usually for the admission price of a nickel? Maybe. I mean, yeah, that's probably a definition of it. Yeah. We were watching a conspiracy theory video where they were saying the translation though from Latin to like English. It's like Nickelodeon. Like it's like 3 different.
Do you remember what the channel was? I'm trying to find it in our history, but I can't.
No, but it's 2 young guys and they're like I think they're Hawaiian. Something like that. It was on a video that was about P. Diddy. It's not like their video. It's like within that video.
You like peanut butter cups in your scrambled eggs?
I don't know what that means. Does anybody know what Bob's talking about? Peanut butter cups in the scrambled eggs.
You want peanut butter cups in your scrambled eggs?
Oh, look who's here. Here comes trouble. Just kidding.
I was gonna tell you too before, since I can't find that. Someone asked who the person was. If I do find it, I will put it out there for you. But Cyborg Mama isn't backstage. I don't know if she wanted to come up. I'm not sure, but that's up to you, I guess.
She's saying something. I'm reading for a second. If you just want to keep talking for a second. I'm reading what she wrote.
What else didn't we talk about? Brian Koberger things, right?
Yeah, we were talking about Brian Koberger, and there is a something coming up. There's a she left. I think she was just sending that. Okay. So Cyborg Mama is she's beachside right now, and so they're experiencing a storm. I put the link right there for anybody who does want to come on panel. She was, if you look in the private chat, you could she's telling us about a setting that we didn't enable. That's what she was going to do. She was just trying to get back there. Johnny V, are you interested in coming on panel at all? I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I do want you to be able to say what you're saying, because I do notice that some of you are nervous about the fact that you may have to be on camera, and you really don't. Like, if you don't want to. Yeah. Like, when you come up, there's a mute button, there's a stop camera button. So like if you come up on panel and you don't want to be seen, you just push stop camera and you'll just be like a circle with whatever your little circle is on YouTube, I think, or whatever name you put on there, right, Bob?
Yeah.
It's like no pressure. You don't have to feel intimidated by anything like that. No, I will.
How are you feeling today? Are you feeling all right today?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I just saw you like 5 minutes ago when you came in here. I'm feeling pretty good.
Well, I didn't ask you that, did I?
Oh, I thought you said, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, I did, but I haven't asked you how you feel today.
Oh, I'm feeling good today. My head feels better, babe. And the coffee that we had this morning was really, really good. Didn't you think? We put this stuff in our coffee. What is that? I would love to be sponsored by them.
It's protein, and then it was like collagen. It's like a creamer, like base thing.
Yeah, it was like
you just add it to the coffee. It's just gives you a little bit of extra things that you might not normally get throughout the day, you know?
Right. I agree. We're like you guys, like we're super big into like holistic stuff and not taking like chemicals into our body. Really, like we'd rather do it holistically. Bob and I like have a skin routine. We have like a vitamin routine. Bob's real big into like his beard being really moisturized and stuff in his skin. Like
it's a little rough today.
Yeah, so we decided like, hey, we should try something out, and so we tried this stuff in our coffee. I don't know what it's called, but it was really good. So
yeah, it is good.
Since
I still had to add the chocolate creamer.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's what we usually have is the sugar-free chocolate creamer. It's like a powdery thing. We're big coffee drinkers.
Was there any? Okay, we got a lot of people coming.
Hey! Look who's here. Johnny V's back there. That's Johnny V. That's his name there.
That's his name there, eh?
Mm-hmm. Okay, guys. So, whatever he wants to talk about, I'm willing to talk about. You guys can be respectful in the chat. Remember that. Be curious and not disrespectful of any opinion, because that's how our community goes. And so. Is that you want to put a thumbs up if you're cool with your name being right there? I can see you backstage. Can see right under your picture. Can you see that?
You talking to?
Yeah, I'm talking to him.
B, right?
You good like that? So whatever he wants to talk about is great, but we will be covering his case actually. So let's put him on here.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you are.
Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up?
Yeah.
We will be covering his case actually. So let's. Oh, I can hear that.
Yeah, he'll have to mute it wherever he's watching that.
Johnny V needs to mute it.
Yeah.
Oh, I can hear that.
Yeah, you'll have to mute it.
Mute my side?
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever you're watching it on, because it'll echo. There you go.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Watching it on, because it'll echo. Oh, he's way behind.
Oh, there's a delay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we got mega delay.
Dang it.
There's a delay. Yeah, that's a real bad delay.
That's crazy. How could it be that? Oh, maybe he started it late. Maybe he started it later then.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Come out and come back in.
Is he doing something wrong, Bob? He's asking.
No. I don't know what's going on.
Dang it. Ah. Okay.
Just like No, it's all right. It's okay, dude. I'm just gonna, if you want to remove yourself from the studio and then come back in or try or something. I don't know. I don't know why it was going so bad. Want to bring Cyborg Mama up?
Oh, sure, yeah.
Maybe she'll come up for a second.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing? Is it storming by you?
Oh yeah, I'm in the van and there's raindrops on my roof.
Oh boy.
That's
How's
okay.
Miss Lily doing?
Oh, she just sleeps. It doesn't bother her at all. So she's doing
Aw.
great.
It's dreary here too.
Is it?
Yeah. Gray skies and a little bit of drizzle.
Doesn't do good things for moods.
No. It doesn't do good things for joints either. I'm always
No.
sore. Like I always know when it's gonna rain the day before because my joints are sore.
Yeah.
It is stiff. Yeah.
And then I smoke my joints to make my joints feel better.
There you
Smoke
go.
your joints in the morning. And smoke your
There you
joints at
go.
night.
Hey, do you guys have gifted memberships enabled on your channel? Because when you enable it, you guys have to do that part. Then I could go in and gift memberships to people for free.
Yeah, they should be. Yeah,
How do you
like
do
it should be
Oh,
all
look.
open for everybody. Yeah.
Oh, it's for everybody. I looked, it's under there's only super chat and super sticker. I couldn't find the gifting the memberships.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because I'd like to give a couple memberships away and entice
Oh.
people.
Let me look into it. I'm gonna jump out here for a minute.
Okay.
Well,
So
you
did you?
at the beach.
Yeah, I would love to be at the beach. I'm pretending with all my might. I wish. I totally wish.
Yeah.
But it is nice to know that you at least get to enjoy the beach, even if it's raining. I'm sure
Yeah,
it's still nice.
I used to, when I lived in New Hampshire, we would go out to Plum Island during a big storm and watch the waves just change the whole surface of the beach. It was wonderful.
Yeah, it's like
I like-
mystical.
Yeah, it is. A rainstorm and a snowstorm at the beach is something else.
Yeah, it's something that you have to experience. You know what I mean? It's like
Right,
I don't know. Some people
right.
like to stare at fire, and some people like to stare at the ocean, or some people like both, or
Yep,
the stars, or clouds. Anything that's relaxing, I'm down for that. You know what I mean? Like
I hear it.
it's best for people to relax, like especially like when you do something like true crime every day, you need to like take in a little bit of like good energy around you and calmness.
Yeah.
There seems to be a lot of
exactly.
tension going around, and there's no reason for that because I feel like there's so many cases that we can discuss that like we're all trying to do something good. So I feel like the more that we discuss things, like the more we talk about Delphi and the more we talk about the Idaho 4 or even P. Diddy, even though that's all celebrities, that's a big deal. Like I think
Yeah.
the ability to like open my mind, even for me to be like, do I even want to talk about P. Diddy? I do though, because he's influential with children. He's influential with the economy, with all kinds of things. And he's just either going to get away with it or he's going to be the tip of the iceberg where, I mean, maybe they're going to make sure someone like that can't allegedly end their own life in a jail cell. Maybe all these people are going to be exposed at some point.
Oh, I sure hope
There's
so.
so many people against him right now.
Yeah, and there's so many crimes. You could have 1,000 channels and not talk about the same crimes. I mean, we get the ones that boil up to the top, I think, but I would be real interested, like I told you, in the serial killer series. I don't know how many out there like serial killer series, but there's some odd ones like the pig farmer and just some really odd killers out there. Does anybody
Yeah, there are.
out there in chat like serial killers? Because I can't see the chat.
Oh, you can't see the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we know Bob and I were gonna do actually, what was it, Bob? We had all of them in frames as well. We had Nani Das, we had, well, they're kind of well known though. We had Charlie Manson, Nani Das, we had Jeffrey Dahmer, we had Ted Bundy, we're trying to like come up with, I thought like series, like a serial killer series. We could do a series
Yeah.
like school shooter series. We could do like a unsolved, like I actually have a couple of my friends that have unsolved murders from them, like personally my friends, and there's unsolved murders everywhere. There's missing people. Like the community is growing so big that we're willing to do like whatever anybody like would like us to do. It's just that the amount of time that we can put in it right now, it's obviously like it's hard. Like Bob doesn't edit these videos in 10 minutes. I mean,
Right. No, those
Bob,
are.
I think he puts a lot of time into it, and it's a lot of stress.
You
know?
can tell by the artwork, and editing takes a long time. I've done some little videos, but nothing like what he does. So,
Yeah.
can
Do you
show
have a serial killer that you like don't think a lot of people know about?
I read them all. I don't know. I usually, what would be nice? I want you to continue your Manson series because I like your viewpoint on him. It's not a viewpoint you hear anywhere else.
Yeah, Bob is super versed in the Charles Manson thing, and I'm not sure if it was like the timing of it, but like when we look at the like response for videos, that was like the lowest response. It was weird. Like people weren't sharing it, people weren't liking or commenting, and maybe I didn't use the right hashtags. I don't know, but when we stopped making it, what was that?
Can you repost your video?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we could repost it. And the other thing is like we just like I'm sure it must have been something about maybe the timing of it. Maybe something came out Brian Koberger related that we wanted to release a new video on that, because ever since then people are asking about the Charlie Manson thing. And I mean there's so many different episodes that you could make in a whole series of that, because the case is so much more involved than people might be aware of,
Exactly.
So many more factors that people may not have considered or have been exposed to until we could. Like, because he watches this guy called the Back Porch Tapes, I think, Bob, right? Are you there, babe?
He's diving into memory.
Yeah, it's the Back Porch Tapes. Sorry, I can't figure this out. Like I'm trying to.
We'll do it for next time. Thanks for trying.
Okay, yeah, I don't know why it's not on, to be honest with you.
I sent a link in the chat.
The private chat.
Yeah, the private chat on StreamYard. I think there's a link to go to where Google tells you how to do it. So do it for next time. But I think it would be a good thing to do for our channel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Gather up some more Red Run crew. For
sure. Yeah. Now that we named it's crazy how quick you guys got us to 4K subs. I'll tell you that. That was insane. Like we've been, and if you guys aren't aware, we've been a channel for 6 months, just barely 6 months. And let me get this subscriber count so I can do it accurately. Every time I look at it, it's different, you guys. Like it's incredible that you guys have been sharing and donating and getting your memberships. And let's see. So we went from 3,600 the last video, which was Thursday, to today, just clicking on YouTube Studio with my old eyes here, 4,184 subs. Yeah, so the sharing is incredible, the commenting is incredible, the engagement, and that you guys have been doing so amazing talking to each other in the comments. This community is like not because it's mine and Bob's channel. Like honestly, I'm impressed with the amount of respect and engagement and conversations that you guys have with one another, and the ability to be completely 100% respectful and mature with one another. Like that's exactly, like that's the kind of community any YouTuber wants for like any kind of content. And we just collectively found all of you, and we're very, very lucky. We're very grateful, right, Bob, for every single person. Like you don't have to ever pay to watch us, but if you're so inclined and you want to help and donate and you want to see us more regularly, then by all means, no one's stopping you from doing that either. But it's just the same as a like or a share, or like suggesting our channel to someone else, even if they're just clicking on it and they watch 30 seconds and say, yeah, it's not my thing. That's all right. At least you tried. Like every little bit helps, and it's
Yeah,
showing.
it
You
does.
guys are coming through for us and for each other, because we're only the community that we become, you know, like that we create. And it's up to all of us to make a difference. And the world is a big place, but in this community, it feels a little smaller to me. It feels like a small, beautiful community from all different cultures around the world that just want to be good people with a group of people. Not for any personal gain, not for anything like that, you guys. We're not trying to do that, but it would really be nice to go full time, and we're so close to getting that milestone that we're getting super excited. So keep sharing the videos, and please don't think it's about money.
Yeah.
It's about everything. It's about sharing, likes, comments. Just tell us what you like, what you want to see, and we'll do it. Bob loves editing videos and making videos, and I'm Italian. I love to talk, you know.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, for YouTube, right? I'm sure
Yeah.
Bob gets annoyed by it. Probably quite a lot. But I'm glad that we're on like early today, because a lot of the people from across the pond are able to watch us and not have to stay up so late. Like you guys are great. Like we go 4:20 our time, 4:20 Eastern, and there you are across the pond, like, all right, it's 9 o'clock at night. Let's see what Pia's video is. And you do it every single week. And I'm like, oh my God, it just feels like, it feels incredible that like all around the world, people, they tune in, and you guys want to be here for each other. You guys want to hang out. You guys want to feel the vibe that our community created. But I just want to point out, it's because of each and every one of you, not just Bob and I and whoever decides to come up on panel, you know. It's about people like Johnny V and people who, like, you know, they want to tell their story. They want people to hear, you know, like you're brave. You're brave to come to us with your story.
We have a new person.
Yeah, that's Johnny
Welcome.
V.
Am I on? Is
You
there
are
a
live.
delay?
You're no delay.
Okay. So sorry. This is the first time I've ever done this. So I'm totally technology. I am not with technology. I wish this was the 90s and the 80s still.
Me too.
So with that said, I'm reaping what I sowed by not getting on board at an early age when it came to online stuff and getting on the computer, you know. So I'm a big numbers guy, right? I'm always like looking into like I always read the back of my baseball cards, all the numbers, all the stats, and all the statistics and stuff. So when I seen your show, or not show, I'm sorry, I keep calling it show. Do you want me to call it a show?
Yeah,
I don't know
you
what
can
to call it.
whatever you want, Johnny.
When I seen your show, I was like, damn, these guys are good. Like, and you already had, I think, 1,000. I think you had less than 1,000.
Oh yeah, you were like day one supporter.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't see how you guys didn't have like 5 already. I was like, so, but then you're like jumping 1,000. It's only been what, 4 months?
Yeah.
There's people on YouTube that I've seen that don't have more than 10 subscribers, and they're trying, you know. So you guys got
For a
something new
while.
going.
Yeah.
Good.
You would be a good YouTuber though, I think.
The true crime community is kind of it's you got to hit it just right is all I'm saying. I think you guys do deserve money because you're entertaining as hell, and I wish you could quit your job and do this full time, but I know life is life, so that's why I always talk about it. I always talk about it. I know,
here.
and I can't wait till you guys reap them benefits because it's coming. I already see it coming. I mean, before long, you're gonna have 10,000 subs and 20,000. You're gonna probably eventually stop talking about. You're gonna have to because you're gonna have so many subs. You don't have to talk about it no more. Yeah, you guys are great,
But
man.
we'll always remember people like you who supported us from day one, because you've been so good to us this whole time.
And I feel, and you were, when I was emailing this, I know I come off the wrong way, but I was actually watching other creators, and I was like, what the shit? It's like, is this what it's
Right.
really about? I mean, are these? Because I come from a victim standpoint, and I hate being a victim. I'm not, you know what I mean? I hate playing the victim because I'm not you know what I mean? But I am a victim.
Right.
It's kind of hard to. I get triggered a lot when I see certain things, and it's like, and it scares me, and it's like, should I even say this? Should I even be doing this? Should I? I think about the safety of my kids. I think about the safety of you guys, myself. You know, because you're not very far away from where I'm at and where this took place. I mean, I think I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not sure how far from Michigan you are, but if
Well,
you're
yeah,
if
you're
you're
in
near
Ohio. Yeah. Yeah.
close to where that took place. Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to keep
No, you're
stealing all
fine. You're fine.
as for the case,
It's okay. I listening to you.
as for the case of my case, I would just like rather wait for you guys to. I mean, I don't mind talking about it, but if someone has a question, but it's just kind of hard to tell it because I just get angry and
Yeah. It made Bob and I really emotional. We were like, that is insane. You know what I mean? Like what happened to you was like, it's mistaken identity, like blown
I was
up times a million. Like anything possibly that could have gone wrong went wrong.
yeah, it
You know?
wasn't really. I mean, it was mistaken identity in a way, but it was one of the guys misled the other three. The
Oh,
guy
yeah,
that was
yeah.
supposed to get that was the cousin of the guy that I'm telling you that pawned me off for him. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's hard to explain. Yeah, it's real hard to explain. I wasn't supposed to be that guy. So this, man, I really can't talk about it. 'Cause there's so much.
Okay. Yeah, you don't
so
want to
much
jumble it all together, right? Yeah. Yeah, and I don't want you to get too emotional. What did
Yeah,
do you have any thoughts on the other things we were presenting that are maybe less emotional for you?
Are you talking about the P Diddy stuff or?
Well, any of it, like P Diddy or like I don't know when you came in, but we did
I've been here.
Shandra Vanark, I think her name is. And then there was Idaho 4, Delphi. Well, yeah, Delphi's not too far from us either, right?
Right.
From not farther than most people.
I feel like a lot of the gross crimes that happen in this region of the states. Like most of the crimes you hear that are gross, where kids are taken advantage of in that way when they're killed, or I mean, I know it's everywhere, but it seems like it's mostly in this area of the world and of the, the country.
Yeah,
Like
we have
stories.
Canada pretty close, so we are bordered with a quick exit. You know what I mean? Or hubs for airports, like Chicago, New York, Detroit, things like that. Real easy to like traffic children out of the country, I would think. Like I think you can get over the Canadian border. Bob, do you know about anything about the Canadian border like that?
I think they
Can you just
that
go
one up
take
too.
a cab across it?
Yeah, well,
Or did they check everybody?
yeah, you could get across.
Tighten the border there too.
Yeah, and
I grew up in California.
Oh yeah, and you
Sorry.
could get someone straight down to Mexico pretty quick down there.
Yeah, well, back in the 90s, you could cross over if you were even a teenager without an ID. And then after 9/11 happened,
oh yeah,
that all just went to hell.
Right, that's true. I feel like a lot of the laws have been like super relaxed, and now it's like it's falling. It's like blowing up in their face. There's like nothing they can do to change it, but like there's so many task forces that there's so many task forces that are like today I heard that there was an Amber Alert on the East Coast, and my aunt actually was on the committee that started the Amber Alerts. So every time I hear one, I get super proud, and I feel like, okay, but I'm noticing that the Amber Alerts that they put out are for certain demographic of people, and they're for certain areas of people. Like these girls, the Delphi girls, they were missing in a very rural area. Their Amber Alert would be coming out way later than somebody who's in the city. And the only reason for that is not because one's in more danger of the other, but because these girls are in an area where they're commonly able to go off the radar for a period of time. Their phone signal is going to go out. You know what I mean? Their pings are gone. There's nothing, there's no satellite in the middle of the woods on that bridge, I would think, you know?
That's why I think it's so easy for the things that happen to them happen, like the gross, I mean, it's all gross. It's hard to just even think about their situation, because you think about your own kids, and you're like, damn, this is the world we live in. It wasn't.
It apparently
doesn't
is.
seem. But I'm not sure how old you are. I don't want to ask your age, but did you go to high school in the 90s?
Yes.
You did? All right.
Yeah.
Didn't life seem so much better back then?
Yeah, it seemed a lot
I mean,
simpler, and it seemed a lot like we didn't need apps to keep track of ourselves, and we didn't need our signal to be right where it was. It was more straightforward, there's less fake.
Yeah, and if you asked your parents to go somewhere, they'd tell you to call when you got there, so they knew you were there and you weren't lying.
Yeah, exactly. They're like, hey, check in, or hey, let me know that their mom's there, or whatever. Let me talk to their mom, and you're just like, yeah, my mom wants to talk to you real quick. Yeah, that was pretty normal for that time. And now it's like, it's interesting because, like, I know a friend of mine has like 4 daughters, and he'll always be like, yeah, I know exactly where they are. And I'm like, oh, how do you know where they are? And he said, well, when they call, he makes them go on FaceTime. So they all have iPhones, and that's why they have iPhones, so we can go on FaceTime. Well, I don't know how he could have overlooked the fact that this world is full of filters. This background right here, I'm not at the beach. You know what I mean? I'm not at the beach. I could go on FaceTime if I was a girl and tell my dad, I'm right out down on the beach with Sarah or whatever, and I'm not at the beach. Do you know what I mean? So that's like so naive. But like we're the naive ones because we're like not from that time. But these younger kids, they'll, just like that, whoever sent them that profile knew how to do something with technology, and they were naive to the fact that, hey, this might not be the kid who we're talking to that is sending us this picture. And then some pharmacist walks down the bridge and says, hey, I just wanted you guys to know that I was down there at this time, and now he's in prison and going crazy and apparently starving himself.
Think about that.
It's scary. Like, you can see it both ways,
Yeah. The small town thing is what scares me, because I know in a small town they could really put it to you, even if you're innocent, because they could cover shit up easier.
Right.
But I'm not saying that's the case. I don't know. Who knows? But that's just what I think sometimes when I see it. In the B case, I just can't see how he even equates in the equation of that whole night. I just don't see how they pop him out of the crowd of all the other people that were involved.
Yeah, and Bob and I were looking up the satellite towers for the phone signals and the pings that they were saying that he had gone off of all those times. But if your internet went out, or say you were a college student and you couldn't pay your data bill, and you're driving around listening to music and it just goes out, and you're like, oh man, I got to connect to something free. So you go to the school's signal, and you get off their free satellite, and you put in your little student code, and they're like, yeah, you connected. And then you could drive around and listen to music and relax. And maybe he was, relaxing a little bit, so he's driving around aimlessly, and he was going on and off the same signal as them, because maybe they couldn't pay their internet bill because they're buying too much beer. They're just kids.
Isn't every phone bouncing off the same towers? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
Like
it's
everybody?
for 300. It was for 300. Whatever a football field is, 300 feet or 300 yards, whatever it is. Or no, it's 100 yards, 300 feet. So, and the distance between between the house and Linda Lane, where everybody's complaining, or not complaining, everybody's like overanalyzing that Linda Lane footage. It's the same exact distance as the satellite for the phones to be pinging off of. So he could have been where Linda Lane was. He could have been all the way over there. Like, to each direction, that much space is where they're all pinging off of. So I feel like that's weird, you know, that we were just going to single out Brian Koberger because he's easy, because he may or may not have something, because he's, I mean, like, having 4 college degrees myself, it's a lot of studying, right? So you have a lot of knowledge about things. So Brian Koberger, in my own opinion, applying at Pullman Police Department, knew too much about something, and they had to find a way to get rid of him. And this was very convenient because it could or couldn't have not been a controlled buy. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I feel like it was a controlled buy, possibly part of the 4 unalivings, maybe 1, 2, 3, or 4 of them were involved in that part of it. But I feel like something went wrong. And when you're an informant, you cannot tell anybody you're an informant. You just gotta kind of take the fall, you know? There's no promises. That's why I don't know.
Was he an informant?
But Bob, what do you think? Bob, are you back there? I feel like the video that we put together that Bob and Bob, you know what I'm talking about?
No, sorry, I'm
video that we put together would have made it like that Brian, if he were an informant, he has to worry about both the prosecution and the defense and the law enforcement, because they don't read you your rights until after they say, if you want to help yourself, it's the time right now. This is your only chance to help yourself.
yeah, basically, yeah.
Yeah, and then you say, I want a lawyer, and they say, yeah, well, your lawyer can't help you with this part. You got to be sure you want a lawyer.
And from what I know, he left the interrogation, and that's what happened. He wanted a lawyer immediately. So
Brian, you're talking about, or the guy? Yeah, Brian would be well versed in the law and the way that he would, because of his criminology experience and his education, that he would know like the ins and outs of like, hey, I'm not gonna say that. Like, I want a lawyer. Like, and if I say this, then like, yeah, he's so like put together educationally and put together like with emotional maturity that I cannot imagine just sitting there stone faced every time. Like,
yeah, but
okay,
and with the evidence they have, if they actually convict him, I mean, come on. I mean, that makes anybody susceptible to being arrested and charged for murder. I mean,
right.
What the hell is touch DNA? Come on. I mean, if he didn't leave no blood there, there's no way all these people died and someone didn't get cut or leave more DNA than just touch DNA.
Yeah, anywhere. And did they even look? Do you know what I mean? Because they found 3 other DNAs that they didn't even test. And I don't know how that's morally.
Do you think those are going to be tested now coming up?
The DNA?
What is
it? The DNA doesn't just go away, you know. I think they'll probably test them. So I don't know. I hope so.
What do you think, Johnny?
Or is it too late? I don't know.
I think they're wasting everybody's time. I think they're wasting the victim's family's time. I think they're not going to get justice if they convict him. Justice won't be served if he's convicted. That's just what I think in my mind. I don't think he did it.
Yeah. I feel like I don't know if it's possible for one person to have done this. I don't know.
It was I have in my mind it was a mission. It was a set out. It was to arrange. If they don't know anything, it was set up. It was probably timed weeks before, not even days. And it almost fell apart on whoever did this. I'm only, speculating myself. So that's just what I think. That's just the feeling I get. I don't know if that's true. Who knows if that's true? Who knows what's true? But I just can't see BK being. It doesn't make sense. And I feel bad for him because he's from out of town. So I think I've been in that position before. So I think they picked on him however they went about it, they knew he was from out of town, and
But
had
he had like no
probably very
ties. Nobody to stand up for him.
right. But then I think they realized when. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it went off. Yeah, if you want to give someone else the spot, though, I'm glad you brought me up, and I'm glad we got to talk. It's good hearing you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, you did really good. I know you get really nervous. You did really good though. It's like there's nothing to be nervous about. We're natural, right, Bob?
Oh,
Yeah, you're a great talker. Yeah, and your video, I'm gonna do you right, man. You talked really good on that, and I can't wait to show you and show everybody else. So
all right, take
Yeah,
your
we're gonna
time, but
honor
I'm not
you in the right way.
I promise. I never was in a hurry, and I don't care about money. I like mentioning it because I think people do deserve it. But I understand why you guys were kind of, because I was watching a lot of other creators and getting bad thoughts in my head. So I stopped watching everybody else, and really I don't have time. I wish I could be on all the time and be in all the chats. Eventually I will. And
Yeah, we love having you in the
know,
chat.
I'll show my
When
due
you're able
diligence
to.
and I want to be a member. So that thing, the green dot card, that thing was pissing me off so bad.
Oh
So I
yeah,
had to
that's a
put
nightmare, right? Yeah, Johnny V. If you guys didn't know, Johnny V here, he was our first donator to the channel ever to send us a donation, and he had a nightmare time trying to get that. Like, wow, do not use the green dot card, guys.
So I thought there was
Right,
money
Tony?
on there to have like 3 months worth of what do you call it, the membership, but then the green dot took a bunch of money and then it put me negative. I was like, what?
Yeah, it was like, here's our fee, here's another fee, and you're like, wait, I just paid that fee, and they're like, oh, there's the fee for talking about the
No,
fee.
so every time I buy something, or not buy something, but like got paid for a membership, they were also taking their share of money too. You know what I mean? Like a $3 or $4 charge. One was like a $7 search. I'm like, why are you taking all that money for just me trying to give money? You know what I mean?
Right?
But I didn't
don't know.
that I was. I thought I was still a member.
That's a new thing too. I don't remember that from the 80s and 90s either. I don't remember us having to pay like to get money out of a machine
yeah,
or
phone
to like
card.
use the card. It's weird. It's like
Remember
everything
phone
is
card?
money these days.
We were back in the day with the beepers and the pagers and the phone cards and the
Yep.
VHS, DVD.
Yep. I remember having to page it for absolutely no reason. Like it was just like text my friends, just push 911 or whatever we used to push. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Your little codes.
Man, we're losing everything. I'm forgetting all the good stuff, man.
Yeah, well,
I definitely wish 80s and 90s again. I'm not lying. I still live like it, so people find me kind of awkward because I don't know. I guess it's because I don't get on the phone a lot. I don't know. I don't get it.
I think
it's hard
you're
to
great.
explain. Well, thank
I
you.
think
And that's
you're like hard on
sorry.
yourself. That's all. Like,
No, I'm
be
not
less
hard on
critical
myself.
because you're great.
So, I'm trying. What I'm doing is playing catch up with technology, and it's kicking my ass.
That kicks my ass too.
Yeah, it kicks Bob's
But
ass.
if you want to catch something else up, I'm sorry. Hey, you guys are all great, man. All the comments I read, and yeah, it's great. I love watching your shows, and I can see the progression getting better and better and better and better. I'm like, yeah, this is what Here we go. You're maturing right in front of all of our eyes.
Yeah, we're trying. We're
You're
kind of
doing
new
good.
to it. And I don't know if have you checked out our other channel? Have you seen it?
Nah, I didn't know you had another one till like a couple weeks ago, or I think a week ago.
Yeah, we have a channel called Shaken Paranormal, and it is press 1 in the chat. Oh, I was trying to figure out why everybody's pressing 1 in the chat. Thank you guys. But We have a channel called Shaken Paranormal, and it's spelled like, let's see. I don't know if it, can you see it on this live, Bob? Like, can you see that we're doing it
What?
from
No, I mean,
like that, you guys? If you see that on the screen, that's like Bob and I have almost, do we have 100 videos on there yet? We're
yeah,
getting
something like that, like 90. I don't know, something.
90. Yeah, we should be hitting 100 videos on this channel as well. This next.
Can I wanted to say something real quick, just so everybody
Go
in
ahead.
chat, I am Herb Burnley in
Yeah.
chat.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
so you know, I'm Herb Burnley in chat. I am
That's
Bob.
Bob, guys. Yeah.
For the new people that don't know, but
Bob's
okay.
the editor. Bob, 50% of this channel. Just so we're clear on who that is.
Yeah,
I get it.
and
last name?
Because we're posting all those Venmo and Cash App and PayPal. They're probably like,
yeah, I just wanted to put that out there because people were wondering. I don't know, but okay.
yeah, that's my guy. That's mine.
He's mine.
Yeah, he's mine, everybody. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I'm excited for all that stuff. But which case, if you wanted to like, so like when we're considering what we should be covering based on your preference, what would you like us to cover some of the video on Monday? What would you like us to discuss?
I mean, just the stories that hit hard are the ones that need to be told. The ones that make people think. They don't necessarily have to be like I'm sure there's lots of stories out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They keep, you know what I mean? You only see like 4 or 5 on TV, you know, on YouTube are going at a time, and they're really major. You know what I mean? But how many is there really that's not being told?
So many. There's got to be so many.
I don't know if there's a way you could dig into like public records of ongoing cases, maybe not ones that are
Like
going
heavily
now, but
covered.
maybe you know what I mean? I think anything's free play after all cases are said and done, right?
Oh yeah, like assault
Public
case, you mean? Yeah. It's all public
murder.
information.
Yeah, because I think there's a lot of stories out there they don't tell, and for a reason. But they're out there.
Yeah, and they relate to newer crimes, which is really weird. And they start to get scrubbed from the internet, and they start to get like, so people don't like put them together. Like how I was saying, the P. Diddy thing, it reminds me of like the Michael Jackson thing, and it reminds me of like the Epstein thing. But they'll cover them in different ways. They'll do like, you know, a little bit of Epstein, a little bit of Chris Cornell and Chester Bennington relating to the Epstein thing. Like, it's weird to me though that there's people in the music industry willing to compromise their dignity to get that money. You know what I mean?
You know what? Before Cornell killed him or offed him, you know, I don't know what I could say, but before that happened to him and Bennington, I knew about their little tour that they were going to go on to expose all the child trafficking. They made it public.
Yeah,
that was there going to be a tour, and then all of a sudden that happened and that happened.
Yeah, it's a big coincidence, don't you think? Like it's awful that they were willing to like speak out and willing to do something and willing to expose it and put their careers on the line, and then allegedly they took their own lives.
Yeah.
Which I think is very suspicious, because it was, to me, I pay attention to things being in Italian. I pay attention to like connections, and Chris Cornell first, right? Then Chester Bennington. It was like a month or two later, but it was on Chris Cornell's birthday.
Yeah.
And it was noted over and over. This is on his birthday. And I'm like, why would one relate to another? And then what relates between the two of them? And then what is going on? And then Epstein. And then I'm like, whoa, this is too much. And then R. Kelly, and now P. Diddy. So who's next? You know, like it's like going up the ladder of money. It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think there's going to be. I think there's going to be a bigger thing than P. Diddy even. I don't know.
I heard it's supposed to get worse. Murders, him actually being involved in Tupac's death and all sorts of shit.
That's been talked about for a while.
Yeah, it's probably
like the Suge Knight
and Big.
Suge Knight.
Yeah, I think they tried to make him like he was the one doing it all. Suge Knight, or maybe he was, but
yeah, he was
Diddy.
pretty brutal. He was pretty brutal. I heard a story about him holding Vanilla Ice over a balcony, pretty much.
Yeah, he hung up
because he was. Yeah, I heard he kind of did it to Eminem too. So I don't know.
What? No, well, yeah, maybe because he's in Shady or Aftermath Records, right? What's he in? Or is he on Death Row? But yeah, I think he intimidated Vanilla Ice into signing a contract, is what he did, and then held him off that balcony by his feet.
It's just crazy.
That's what Vanilla Ice said. That's what that came out of Vanilla Ice.
Yeah. It was something to that effect, yes. I can't remember. For some reason, I thought he said, I don't know. Yeah, you owe me money, basically.
Yeah.
Is what he said.
No, he wanted to sign a contract to be, at the time, he was really hot. You know, a lot of people wanted a Vanilla Ice. They wanted his song. You know, I think that was the only popular song he had, really. Ice Ice Baby.
And that was the other thing we were talking about earlier, Pia, was Madonna. Like,
oh yeah,
she had sex with Vanilla Ice when he was 16.
Yep. And nobody thought anything like the gross was about it, but like it's just as gross, I think, as a woman as it is for a man to hear that a man is sleeping with a young woman. It's just as gross for a woman to sleep with a young underage man. It's just as alarming.
When they're of age, I think it's gross, even when they're of age.
Exactly, because
I
it's
think
the
it's
same
gross.
abusive behavior, right? Like it's not appropriate behavior, especially if you're a celebrity. Like she's like an example. She also was married to someone really young, I thought. I don't know what his age was, but it was gross. And she's always had those things that she wears, and I just wonder when she thinks what age is a woman conscious that that's inappropriate for her age? You know what I mean? Like, what age does a woman say, I shouldn't dress like I'm 20 years old? I don't know.
Yeah. She thinks she's a cougar, but she just really has a lot of money.
Yeah, she probably just sounds like a cougar. she's not.
Good.
Yeah, it's real. Like
I remember when I thought she was hot when I was a kid. It was like, oh, she's hot, you know, her and Paula Abdul, and but that was like
back
40
in the
years
day,
ago.
right when they were young.
I've been to her mom and dad's vineyard up in Traverse City.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's really pretty.
Where's that at?
Her brother
Traverse City.
Was homeless probably like 20 years ago in Traverse City, like ran around. I don't know what he's doing now, but
Madonna's brother.
Is that Arizona?
Yeah.
That's Arizona?
No, it's Michigan.
Oh, okay.
Madonna's from Michigan. She used to run the streets of Pontiac. And her parents basically, I guess, were loaded, from what I've heard.
Isn't there a Madonna University?
I don't know about that.
Hey.
I know there's a skateboard trick called the Madonna.
You would know that, wouldn't you?
Give me 1 second.
I think there's a drink called Madonna.
Is there?
I don't know. Probably.
There's a Madonna University, but I don't think it has to do with her. It's in Livonia, Michigan.
Kia, Bob.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you see me? And my phone's messing up. Oh shit.
Oh no.
Can you hear me still?
Yep.
Yep.
Can you still hear me? All right. Hey, I have to go because I have to take my son to work.
Okay, be safe. Thank
Peace
you
out.
for coming on the panel. He's gonna drive his son to work. Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Okay.
His phone like froze up or something.
Yeah, I hate when that happens because I feel like I don't want to sound like I'm being rude if I'm not responding right when they're talking. You know?
Yeah.
I don't want to feel like that. So if we're like have a delay when you're talking, just like wait 2 seconds because we are totally I don't know if we're getting a storm or not, but it seems kind of windy outside.
That's not bad out.
Okay, so we had Johnny V on, and we did say that we were going to have an open panel today. We did address
It's music, sorry.
certain things in the intro video that you know, we did the Delphi, we did Brian Koberger, we did Shandra Vanderark, and P. Diddy. So if anybody wanted to discuss that or any other true crime cases or paranormal, or if you have any questions about our channel or us and you want to come on panel, I am dropping the link in the chat.
Oh, I love the song.
Anyway, I don't know. What
Can you
you're
hear
talking
me?
about. I've been
Can you
talking.
hear me, Pia?
I can hear you, Bob.
Okay, just make sure. Do you want to?
What?
Oh, I wanted to say that video that we watched earlier. It was called "Living a Life of Abundance." I believe was the video guy.
Oh yeah, those two guys. Yeah, that's a really good channel. Is that the name of the channel, or did they just have a clip?
Yeah, it's
Anyway,
the name of the channel. It's called "Living a Life of Abundance." I'll try to put it on there, but yeah, I think that's it.
Tanya wants you to put her shirt back up there again.
Oh, okay, I can do that. I'll play her video. It's
like a couple seconds.
seconds
But
long.
you still have music on.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's Tawny Nubs. I watch Strange Suspicion on YouTube. What are you watching?
Yep.
Okay, I just had that in the way. So
No. You want to play it again?
Wait.
I can play it.
Yeah, you can, but let me take this off. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, it's Tawny Nubs. I watch Strange Suspicion on YouTube. What are you watching? Hey, it's Tawny Nubs. I watch Strange Suspicion on YouTube. What are you watching?
Okay. So there is her t-shirt idea. I do think it's cute. If you guys are interested in merch, we have to get to 5,000 subs or something like that to get a YouTube store, and then that cuts the cost for like the shipping, and it cuts the cost for, you know, the manufacturing and all that stuff. And we're not about money. We've gotten some ridiculous comments about that. You only know how much money it costs us to have this channel so far, guys. We will not be discussing money other than the fact that we are trying to keep the cost of merch down. So once we get 5,000 subs, we will be releasing the merch. If you have merch ideas, such as Tawny's beautiful idea that you just saw on a t-shirt that Bob thinks would be great, also on beanies. We've got.
I think I was gonna
makeup bags. Go ahead, babe.
I was gonna say definitely you're gonna have a coffee cup come out. I think.
Well, good, yeah, because that kind of represents us. Like, I
Because-
think we're all drinking coffee or tea or something when we're
Yeah, super easy, and they're cheap. They're cheap. Like, you know, it's not going to be like a $30 coffee mug or anything like that. So, but I am looking into that. So we might have coffee cups available before like any like real merch. Because when I looked into making sweatshirts, it was about $70 for the sweatshirt I wanted to come up with.
Whoa.
It was a tie-dyed sweatshirt. It was a good brand of sweatshirt. The ink pattern was kind of a little elaborate, you know what I mean? Like, but like I said, I'm still working on a couple designs for something, but I think we'll definitely have a coffee cup. So
Yeah, I think the coffee cup is a good idea. I don't know if there's too many other creators in the chat right now, but I think a good idea to save on cost, you know, for the first little bit of merch that we have would be something like how Tani very graciously made that symbol. Like a logo might be more cost efficient for something at first, rather than like you know, like the whole name Strange Suspicion or Red Rum Crew, or maybe we could do specific things for Susgang level, which is our first paid level. If you're unaware, it's $2.99 a month, and $4.99 a month would be the Strange Syndicate. I also wanted just to make a little announcement about those memberships. We have had my health problem in the last couple of weeks stopping us from doing a lot of members only things, but we will be doing like bloopers videos. We'll be doing like shorts, all kinds of things. But I would like you guys in the community posts as much as possible, those paid members of this channel, because we do take your content requests for the members only videos. And just like right now, how we're trying to feel out on the panel, we're trying to feel out how like we got these four different subject matters that we brought up, which was the Delphi, the Brian Koberger, P. Diddy, and Shandra Vanderark. Is that how to say her name? I think. Anyway, those four things, we're trying to get like what is the interest in our specific community. So if you wanted to come up on panel, I think we lost somebody because maybe I was talking too much.
yeah, I don't know what happened.
Annie Ruler was back there.
Someone said the connection's looping. I don't know what's going on. We're getting weird.
Our connection is looping, or
I don't know what's happening.
Hold on, I'm looking in the chat. I'm sorry, guys. Is Pia looping? Okay, this is what I'm gonna do, guys.
You said no loop.
Wait. I'm going to say a sentence, and we'll figure it out. Tell me if it happens twice. Okay. We have a P.O. box. I'm wearing pink and white and blue and black makeup. What do you guys think about Shaken Paranormal? For those of you who have seen that channel, I'm just changing the conversation up to see if I'm looping, and just because I'm curious.
Shaken Paranormal video if you want to take a little break.
I need to get some coffee, guys. Do you guys have interest in watching which one, Bob? Can I pick it? Because you picked it too. Let me see.
Which one?
Let me go to it, please. So tell me what they're saying in chat. Do they want to see a Shaken Paranormal video? I'll make it not a very long one, but a good one. I mean, they're all good, obviously, but I'm not sure how you could go about playing that because you're doing live right now from there. But how about the one that is the cemetery? Since we're in the UK thing, did we already do that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do the true crime. Let's do a true crime one. Let's do the one that is the...
I could play this Irish one. You're not in it, but I don't think. But I could do the true crime one if you want. Part 2 or 1?
Either one is fine. The one with the girls, if you can figure out which one that is. Guys, this is a true crime paranormal thing. I'm not sure who does this. We do have a few paranormal channels that we want to shout out. Dalen and Lamar, and who else would you shout out for paranormal, babe?
I'm not sure.
Dalen is on the Travel Channel, and he's
Mindseed. Mindseed was all right.
Mindseed, we were pretty big fans of Mindseed, and actually, if we could get 100 people in the live, I have a very cool giveaway that I would like to do. But So if you guys do notice before we notice that 100 people are in the chat at any time during this live, and we'll be live for a couple more hours, we're just trying to accommodate each time zone. But so what we're going to do is we are going to play a Shaken Paranormal video that has to do with a true crime case in Michigan that is a solved crime. And I would like to know, when you guys are watching this along with us, what your thoughts are during it. And also if you're interested in this kind of aspect of true crime where we could incorporate both in the same kind of video. So let's check this out, guys, see what you think.
Don't go down there. We just sat by this little park, this creek over here. It says, don't go down there.
Which we've heard there was another murder, 2 murders that were committed here. And they were stuffed in a culvert.
Yeah, there were 13-year-old girls.
This is a culvert.
Right, so we could be communicating with Cynthia. The location of the other 2 girls wasn't really specific, but kind of seems like we could be right on here.
Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you. I know it's kind of loud. Sorry about that noise over there. Sounds like it's going to stop now. I hear you just fine. Do you want us to leave this area? Should we go somewhere else? Where would you like us to go? Over by the picnic tables?
Was this your final resting place?
Why don't you want us to be over here? It would be so creepy if a hand came out of there. Right? So there were 2 girls at this park who wanted to drink some alcohol.
The others scare me.
The others scare me. Okay. Well, there are you one of the 2 girls that were at the park talking to the older guys? The 2 older men? There's a street. There's a street right at the end of the park over here where they probably bought the alcohol for you. You're not in trouble. We heard that this might be where they took your life. Can you tell me your name? Don't be afraid of us. We're not here to cause any harm.
What's your name?
My name is Pia, and I'm with Weird Bob.
Hello.
We'd love to talk to you. We want to hear what happened. We know this is the last place that you were. This is where your life ended. And I think it's very sad and unfortunate that this happened. Tell me your name. You can speak to both of us through this device in my hand. It can pick up anything that you want to tell us. Anything you have to say, we're listening. We're here only for you. Is there something that you would like us to know? Something that you want to say? Don't be afraid. I don't know who you are afraid of.
It's my happy place.
Good. I'm glad that this is where you find happiness. Hopefully you still can. Something bad happened, but it is very beautiful here and calm. It's too bad that happened in your happy place. I still don't know who we're talking to. Can you tell me your name or something about yourself? Your age? Were you alone or were you with your friend? You're doing a really good job.
Is this where you were murdered and your body was placed in 1995?
Doctor? You need a doctor? I wish they could have gotten to you in time.
You were killed in 1995. You and your friend were murdered and raped. Is this the spot where your bodies were found?
I like the lights.
You do? Okay. You got lots of lights.
Which color do you like the best? We have red, blue, yellow, and another.
Oh, we got any color you want.
What color light do you want? We can turn it on for you. There's a lot of energy in that light. Maybe you can make it blink. Can you show us your hair by making the light blink? Or turning it off, or giving us a sign that you're present here with us? Can you throw something in the water? Not me.
Could you confirm that this is the location that your body...
It's my happy place.
Okay.
They said that twice.
Yeah. Maybe it's two people. Are both of you here?
I believe this is where bodies are found.
I do too. Did you know those men? Or did you just meet them? I know sometimes you think you can trust somebody and they can take advantage of that, and I think you were very young. Nobody thinks you did anything wrong. Do you know that you died?
Getting everyone there now.
Look all the way back.
Yeah, I can see it right there.
Is that good?
Like, I can see better through the camera right there where it's...
Where the water's clear?
Where it's going. I can see really good, better than I can see, like...
Oh, yeah, that...
I like that.
Oh, that looks creepy. Look.
It's not that light outside right now.
Where are you? You are in Milford, and you are at Central Park.
This is the location of your death.
This is where
I'm
your
sorry
life is
to inform
taken.
you. Yes, this is where your life is taken.
We were told that you were placed in what we're sitting next to. the newspaper said that your bodies were placed in here to be hidden in hopes that you wouldn't be found. But you were found.
See, it's repeating itself because there were 2 girls killed here, we believe. So they definitely love our lights.
Maybe they have lights like this in my room. Can you please tell us your name? You said my name. Are we communicating with both of you?
Grab my shirt.
That side's way quieter. That's spooky. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was scary. That was scary. I put the light right over it. Hello. My name is Pia. And I'm with Weird Bob. We're Shaken Paranormal and we're here to communicate with you.
Hello, friend.
Hello. Was this where you were murdered?
Is this where your life was taken?
This is pretty peaceful here, but
Can you tell us what happened? We're here to tell your story. That was spooky.
So that was a video from our other channel, which is Shaken Paranormal, and it is an active channel. We also do paranormal on this channel, as we have on our channel trailer, just so you know. We do Randonautica, paranormal, we do conspiracy theories, Mandela effects, true crime, and pretty much anything you want to suggest, we'll do if it's something that we're good at. Bob is actually a psychic medium, and Bob is very, very talented. He can speak with spirits, and the spirits are very, very relaxed with speaking with him. We have a wealth of knowledge because we are gifted with his talents as a community. So if you guys are interested ever in us doing a paranormal video, just say the word. I am down at any time to go with Bob and do a paranormal investigation. It is absolutely incredible that you guys are not only interested in true crime, but you're also interested in paranormal. I know that a lot of people across the pond and a lot of people down under do also get interested and get down with Randonautica app, which is awesome because we have videos on that as well. We also have a video with Randonautica, and with a true crime kind of kick, just like that, was a double murder in that park. If you didn't catch that, there was a double murder in that park. That's part 2, I think. Part 1 is actually, that was part 2, and that was the 2 girls that were lured by older men. There is a part 1 where a girl was targeted by a man who was, you know, kind of lurking in the background in the park, and her boyfriend was tied to a tree. This is actually a true story, guys. And we communicated with these entities, and they come straight to Bob's voice every single time. It's not made up, it's not fake, it's not gosh, I wish I knew that channel so I could point out how fake that channel is. But yeah, we only do respectful things. When the spirits ask us to leave, we absolutely leave. We are no strangers to cemeteries, abandoned places. We even went to a house that was involved in the Underground Railroad, which, do you remember that, Bob? That was very interesting.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah,
definitely. The house was definitely old. It was definitely probably a mansion, and was it?
It's a piece of history for sure.
1800s, right? Is when it was built. I don't know.
1800s. Yep. And if you
It was
guys
in
are
the same family the whole time.
right,
Right?
and right, and if you I don't know, like I'm just gonna assume everybody is smarter than us in other countries because I've been around the world with the military. But just in case you guys don't know, the Underground Railroad was when people would actually, because some people they get it mixed up, they get it the opposite. I actually did before I really was educated on it. But the Underground Railroad is the correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, but it is the system of people who wanted to help the slaves get to freedom, so that they would interlock them, like how we saw in the house. It was like a house, and like the porch was like this, so you guys could see my hands like this. There was steps going up, so behind these steps there was like a secret hallway, like built right into the foundation of the house, where they would hide the slaves. So when the people came to grab the slaves out and bring them back into slavery and do awful, horrible things to them, they weren't even seen. You would walk right down in this basement if you didn't know about this and just look at walls. You wouldn't even know that they were concealing people back there for the betterment of them. It was not to trap them, right? Am I right about that?
Yeah.
Okay. But that we did get results there as well.
No. Well, we did, but it wasn't really. I didn't think it was very good.
Right.
Like when we went, there was a lot of people. The person that owned the house was there, and they were kind of in a hurry. But we did make a little video about it.
It was a very abandoned property that they were trying to fix up, and on the outside there was like a lot of livestock, like a lot of animals. Remember, there's huge pigs out there.
He's a big guy. He's a big ham. He was a big ham.
He was, and there was cows, there was chickens, there was, I don't remember, but they were everywhere. Like, and the weird thing was the property itself was being salvaged, right? But the livestock that we saw was people renting the space to put their livestock. It wasn't even the homeowners' animals. It was like, I don't know if they were Amish. They weren't dressed Amish, but it was definitely a piece of history that, had we not been doing Shaken Paranormal and been doing paranormal investigations, would I never have seen firsthand. So if any of you have interest in like American history, or you want to see something like that, that's on our channel. It's not a very long video. As far as like my personal favorite video for Shaken Paranormal, we had so many videos in the cemetery series that it's hard to narrow them down. So I would think that my favorite video on our other channel, Shaken Paranormal, for those of you just joining us, sub to that channel, by the way. My favorite video on the other channel is the 7 Gables Road, where we went with a subscriber of ours named Andy Mosier. And that's interesting because now on this channel, we're going to not only make a video on Strange Suspicion, but also on Shaken Paranormal with one of our mods, who is 13th Hour. She lives she lives in Oklahoma, and we'll be going, I'm not going to do that to you. I'm sorry. Almost did that. She lives in Oklahoma, and we'll be visiting her and her husband, and we'll be doing a lot of paranormal things. And just in the same way, we went to 7 Gables Road with a subscriber who is also a paid subscriber of this channel, I believe, right? Andy Mosier, isn't he? Babe? I don't know if Bob's listening.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. Okay. So he's a paid member, and he was on the 7 Gables Road. 7 Gables.
You want me to play that video too?
Would you guys have interest seeing one more paranormal video? And then I would like to have, while we're watching this paranormal video, if any of you want to grab this link and talk about a paranormal experience or suggest paranormal locations when this video is over, please write in the chat, put your little hand up, and I'll put the link in there, and we'll talk to you backstage. And when this video is over, we'll discuss it with the community. I invite as many people on panel as you want. I think we can have 10 people on panel. So Let's watch that one, Bob, and see what they think. I'm seeing thumbs up. I'm seeing yes. Sure. This. Okay. So this is 7 Gables Road, and this is the second one. Is that correct, Bob? Return to 7 Gables Road. Correct. Okay. This is okay, guys. Let us know what you think in the chat. And
We're shaking paranormal, and we're here to communicate with you.
up here.
It's weird, Bob and Pia.
And Andy.
We brought Andy along today. We just got back from our investigation. We're revisiting 7 Gables Road. We were looking for the hanging tree that a man hung himself after he killed his family and hung his children, basically from the 7 Gables. We found the foundation to the home, we believe. We also tried to contact the witch. We asked her several questions. We believe we had answers. We heard a scream. We also believe we saw a shadow walking. It's crazy. Like, I didn't know my left from right. That's the other thing. There was tons of mosquitoes, so you'll probably hear a lot of me going. So come along with us as we go down 7 Gables Road.
It is believed that gruesome histories and ghostly urban legends cling to the certain locations around the state. One in particular, 7 Gables Road in Dansville, which is near Lansing. The trek is revered as the most haunted road in Michigan. Whether the tale behind it is true or not, thrill seekers leave the location spooked. Some never return or talk about it again. Word of advice? Pass the gate at your own peril. The lore of what happened,
the death of children, the idea of witchcraft,
has transcended generations. It's the terrifying tale
so grows legend, right?
of 7 Gables Road.
Everybody's got a story about 7 Gables.
Especially if they decide to test fate.
The last one over, first to die.
Beyond the gate.
I can smell smoke. My stomach hurts.
Okay, as long as you don't smell it.
We didn't make it past here this last time. I don't
It was
think.
raining, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just a heads up, you guys step off the trail. I've seen some poison ivy. Okay. Is that it? Mm-mm. No, it's always back there on top of the hill.
Yeah. I wonder if is it legal to camp back here?
I don't know. It's like 4,000 acres. I think somewhere we can.
I don't see why you couldn't. Like, as long as you didn't drive back here.
Somebody's maintaining it.
This is the hanging tree right here. I think.
Oh, it is.
But where's the foundation? That's what I'm.
I don't know.
Is it over here? Yeah. I heard
Where's the
that.
foundation at?
Yeah.
Tell us.
That's a deer trail.
Yeah.
Or somebody's foot trail. Let's stand here for a minute at this tree.
Cool, that time I shoot. Hanging tree, yeah, here. That is it.
Look at that face. It looks like a freaking witch.
Whoa.
Blood.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Pia.
What? Yeah.
That face looks like a witch or something. That's freaking crazy.
Are you here, witch? We come here out of respect. What?
Young. Yeah, that definitely looks like a face.
Yeah, it's definitely something freaking growing out the side there and the bottom, and
Very strong tree.
this has to be the hanging tree.
So old.
That tree's got to be 400 years
Right
old.
there. What's there break right there?
Yeah.
Is this where you hung yourself, mister?
Mosquito. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Wow.
They're like, bite them up.
Fuck, I'm fucked.
They're calling for them.
My hands are just, they feel like I've...
Are you summoning mosquitoes?
I heard a yeah.
I heard give up again. Wow. My skin like just started crawling, and it's not from mosquito bites. That was weird.
It's really cold
That
right
shit
here.
creeped me out.
Yeah.
Whoa, I just did.
Just as soon as you said it, I'm like, you're right. The earth.
Was that a witch?
Yeah.
We mean no disrespect.
Oh, that was a sneer.
Wow, it's cold as hell in here.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Rain. I heard that. This is a really cool time of day, though.
No.
It's like...
It's like almost 80 out.
Yeah. We're sweating and it's...
Yeah.
Look, I got the flu right now.
Oh, that's
yeah,
weird.
The clamminess.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
And I keep getting chills. It's weird. Like goose pimples.
He's checking.
Foundation check.
He's on a mission.
Searching. Gosh, man, these mosquitoes.
Super fan right there.
I'm gonna keep blowing into the microphone because of the damn mosquitoes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
We got the bug spray. Got to invest in that. Hey, off. Where you at? With the all natural plant based deep woods off.
Deep woods on.
Ooh. Ooh. Haunt again, I heard. What?
Yeah, it's something this way. See. What's the man? Hey. Are we on your land? Is this your land? Yeah.
What the hell was that?
Whose land is this?
Please stop.
A lot of whispering. Wow.
Nine, 10. Yeah. Weird.
1, 9, 10.
Well, maybe that was the address. We should look that up.
1910.
Are we speaking to the witch of 7 Gables Road? The door. Talk? Yeah.
Yeah, we want to talk to you.
Sermon. I don't know, I heard something.
There's a bendy tree.
Has there been rituals back here before?
demon.
Wow. Last time it was raining, there was mosquitoes. What's up?
It's so loud back here.
Are we lost? Oh, you killed me. Whoa.
You're in the right spot. Yet they killed you. That was awful. We're not
This
here
land.
to disrespect your land.
I heard this land.
Yeah.
I couldn't understand that. Are we close to where? Oh.
Wow, look at that. Have again. Have again.
Listen. Dixie, what?
Me? Why are the branches are weird like that?
Oh, so,
It's like
what?
very witchy. Down.
So
Down.
I see it. Someone must have did that, maybe. A witch. The Wicked Witch of West Gable, 7 Gable Road, whatever the heck. You trying to get at me or something? What the hell? Why do you keep saying my name?
Right? Can't help him.
Wonder if we go out in the field, it'll clear off some of those freaking woodsy mosquitoes.
You can talk to us.
I can talk. Look at that. Look how big these mosquitoes are at this part. It's crazy.
Huge.
Did you curse this land with mosquitoes? Holy cow.
Dude.
That's it.
He was like, kill. I heard that 3 times. Where are you at? It's really pretty. It's a very, very pretty area in Michigan. Tell us which way to go.
Keep going.
Yeah, I said, oh, lazy.
Keep going.
It's a big area too. It's like hundreds of acres, I believe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got malaria that day.
We all did. Shout out to Andy Moser, seriously. He brought us out there. He was a subscriber on Shake Your Paranormal.
Indeed.
Shout out, Andy. Who owns this land? You? What's your name? My Siri just went off.
What do you look like?
That sounds like Latin. No one? No one. Oh yeah, I remember this now. This one I got an attachment. I don't know. Frank? Make a noise. Listen.
Fuck you. Again. They say this tree. Herb.
Maybe.
Look at the shape of that tree. Yeah, he's a psychic medium, actually.
Come on.
I'll talk about that when the video's over. We're gonna have Stargate Sleuth on in just a moment, too.
Release me?
Yeah, release me. Look at this guy.
Is that a poop bag?
Okay. Yeah, if you see it, just smack it. This is a heck of a clearing now.
Look back.
Yeah. I don't see you.
See me?
So what's that? Show yourself. I want to see you.
Photography. I heard that. That was weird.
Yeah, we're taking pictures. Wasn't it yellow flower right here when we walked in? The what? The yellow flower?
Yeah, it was on the other side.
I know.
God damn. Freaking mosquitoes. Holy cow. People.
Whoa, what the hell was that, dude?
Scared the shit out of me. What did you see?
It was like just this mass that went between two big ass trees over there. You see these two dark trees right there? Dude, that scared the fuck out of me.
Yeah, I don't know if I got it on camera though.
Hello? Are you the witch? Or are you one of the children? You. That's right.
I heard mosquito again.
Do you have anything you want us to know?
I don't know. Diddy. I don't think I heard that mosquito last time when I edited it.
I remember they were saying it over and over, and they were there. They were in tour. Those mosquitoes.
What was that? I really heard something out in the woods. Turn that off.
Yeah, I forgot about the noise. I heard it again.
Yeah.
You could actually hear it that time.
I can remember how this place smelled, everything, and how it was like, remember it was like hot, and then we walked through and it was super cold in that one spot. You remember that?
Yeah, right in the beginning of the video, kind of. Yeah, that was freaky. I got chills and goosebumps.
I'm screaming in a shadow. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay out here.
Absolutely
And
interesting part of the
mosquitoes
state.
on top of that shit.
Let me see if I go through there.
Shame the look.
Was that you we just saw in the woods? You're everywhere in these woods, aren't you? So we've heard someone scream.
And a witch.
We've heard a witch through the necrophonic. We keep hearing voices. Mosquitoes are terrible. We believe we found the hanging tree. I'm going to check the footage when we get back and everything. And I know that she's talking to us out here. There it is.
It's cool. I forgot about that.
I'm noticing the fact that I went down to the swamp to take a look. And as many mosquitoes and bugs as we got, there's no frogs. What?
That's probably why.
There's no frogs here.
Yeah. I haven't heard any.
Haven't heard of one.
Get them. Take them or get them is what I heard. No, do not take us or get us. You're not allowed.
We're not doing anything to disrespect you.
You've already taken enough blood from us to.
Yeah.
See, this is where I believe the foundation's at.
Yeah, up here. Okay.
Like up here somewhere. See, I feel like it's right here.
Dude, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Hey, Bob.
Is that it? Is there a corner right there? Yeah, see?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, here's stones right here. Yeah, this is definitely it.
This is,
Yeah.
that's definitely hard stone.
Yeah, this is the old
There's
foundation.
another one.
This is the old foundation right here. Has to be. Yeah, look at it. Look at this. This had to be a well or something.
That's a well. They pushed it.
Yep. This had to be the well.
Did you hear that?
Yep.
You know what? I'm going to get this litter out of here for you.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, definitely. We definitely, you were right on the money, Bob.
I hear a lot of children talking coming through.
Yes.
Wow. So now we're talking to the children.
Yeah.
And the witch, she has to overwatch this shit.
Yeah. That tree was standing here. There's no doubt in my mind that that tree was standing here when this house was here.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that tree is
For sure.
200-300 years old, I'm sure.
Mine the sticker bush.
Okay. So, if this is all true, who's going to be the last one over the fence then?
Probably me.
Well, we know.
I don't know.
I was the last one. I didn't die in 3 days. But who's to say?
Sunset.
A lot of rabbits out here too. You could have rabbit stew. An eye of a newt. The trees are extremely strange.
Misery.
Yeah, I'm in misery. So we're about to step off your land and tell you goodbye.
You do not have permission to follow us.
We're seeing us leave. Yeah, I heard you. There's the gate.
So goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Till next time.
Bye. Stay shaken.
Yay. That was a fun one, eh?
That was fun, yes. I do remember that. Do you remember going there?
Yes, very well.
I remember those mosquitoes, and I was like, you're like, let's get out of here. I cannot do this anymore. And you're like native to the state, so
Yeah, it was crazy. I
I
should have.
it didn't bother you, but oh my god, it was like they were sent from it sounds really silly, guys, but it was like they were sent to get us the heck out of there, you know?
Yeah.
That's how I saw it. I couldn't do it anymore. We were not prepared for the thousands of mosquitoes that we were going to be encountered with, right?
I know like the things that were coming through the Spirit Talker app were like so spot on. Like it was crazy. We were using the Necrophonic app too, I believe, but they were like I mean, I don't know if it was because I was holding it or what was going on, but they were really talking and like answering. It felt like, I don't know. And when we stepped into that cold spot, that like freaked me the heck out.
It was very humid out. It was so humid out. When we went up to the top where you were showing the picture, just like at the end, when you guys saw that was a picture of the actual house that the house where on 7 Gables Road. I think it's named after because this happened, because the house had 7 gables on it. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. It was the witch's house. And then this rich guy came into town, and he was a part of burning her at the stake, or what did they do to her?
Yeah, the stories are kind of conflicting, I think.
Something, right?
Yeah, the stories are kind of conflicting, I believe. But it was to that effect. They hung her and probably burned her or something to that effect. I don't know.
Remember where that house was, the picture of that house, when we were in that spot, it was so humid.
Yeah.
Remember?
You could tell right where we were. Like how that tree lined up perfectly right where we were standing. I don't know. I don't know if the story's true because there's, like I said, there's different opinions on the internet about it, but it's a very cool, just, I guess, more of like a scary Halloween-y, thing. I don't know. It was probably like a rumor started by like some teenagers.
Urban legend.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I wasn't trying to cut you off. I was just wondering if that's what you meant.
No, you're all good because I talk weird,
You're weird, Bob.
Yeah. Weirdo.
Yeah. So we have Stargate Sleuth backstage, and she's been waiting very patiently. I think she wanted to talk about the first thing that I noticed she was bringing up was the preparation involved. I don't know if you want to address that or let her address it, or
let's just bring her on.
Here she is.
Okay, I don't see how to talk. Are you hearing me?
Yep, we hear you. Oh, there's
Okay.
an echo though.
Let me see. If I turn down my volume on my phone, I don't know if you can hear me. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
You can? Okay. I can barely hear you because I turned down my volume, but okay. So prep. I was just mentioning that, I've been around this kind of thing my whole life, and it's just very rarely spoken about.
Right. So when you're talking about the preparation, are you talking about, Bob, since you're the more experienced one with this, I'll let you do this, but what preparation do you feel that we took when we were doing the investigations, just to maybe see if there's something that we weren't doing? That would be cool to know, because I would like
Obviously we burn sage. We try not to be disrespectful. We also state that they cannot attach to us or follow us in any place that we've been, whether it's not always been on every video that we've made, but we usually state that we usually sage the house, but
we use blood sage most of the time, right? And we remain like balanced emotionally and came with a tone of respect and a cleansing of the direct immediate area with the sage before we tried to communicate, correct?
Yeah.
Am
I missing something?
No.
We do a meditation for you. What are you called prayer meditation before you go out?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening.
Are you? It's like a robotic.
You're cutting out in and out.
Yeah. Can you guys hear her in chat? Oh, I wonder what's happening.
Might
Are
be
you?
connection, maybe. I'm not sure.
Try again. Try again. Do you have StreamYard open and YouTube open at the same time?
Yeah, that's a.
Let me check YouTube just a second.
Because the one that you would want to close is YouTube.
Yeah.
Like stay on the StreamYard one and not on the YouTube one.
Okay, the YouTube is in my browser.
Did you catch that, Bob?
Is that working?
No, I can't. It's too choppy. I can't hear it.
It's supposed to be, from what I understand, you're supposed to like when you get the link off of YouTube, it like brings you to StreamYard and it brings you to YouTube. So you have to be off of YouTube, otherwise it like jumbles and
really bad.
So that whatever browser you have YouTube open on, just close that, like X that out, the one that has YouTube on it, and stay on StreamYard and then try to talk. Should work, I think. Oh, she said she's gonna quit and rejoin.
Okay. That's
okay.
fine.
We'll put the link right back in the chat for her. Sorry about that, guys. Anybody is certainly welcome on panel, so we can just do you want to? Okay, so the different. Maybe we should talk about the different places we went while we're waiting for.
I mean, a lot of our investigations, you know, a lot of. Okay, so we had to start somewhere, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and we started basically, you know, going to different cemetery locations. Not really. A couple of our investigations we did like look at who was buried in said cemeteries, and sometimes like the answers we got like pertain to that person, if you know what I'm saying. And then like sometimes like we would go in and not know anything and going blind basically.
Blind,
and,
yeah.
And get information about someone and then look it up and then follow through. It was really crazy how that happened. And like sometimes we would go, I remember, and like it'd be like, okay, nothing is going to happen, nothing's happening, and then all of a sudden, you know, it would just happen.
Yeah.
Questions.
Yeah, like that one. I'm sorry. The one that, remember on the side of the road where we went to that one cemetery and then we stopped on the way back at that, I don't know what it was, that little bridge, and we did like the in-between footage that we ended up putting in the middle to explain what was going on, to like reiterate what happened, and then, you know, like the way you put it together. Anyway, but that cemetery there, when we thought like, all right, that's it, nothing's happening, let's go, this is bunk, there's no reason to be here, that's when it kicked in and you were like, whoa, I knew we were coming here for a reason. Because you are drawn like to those locations. You do have like you don't have to be so humble. I know that's who you are, and I love that about you. But you are like drawn, like almost magnetically drawn to these locations, you know. And it seems like the spirits communicate with you so freely. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would.
You get like a feeling like you're almost like a empath, like a sensitive, what did you call it, like a psychic medium, right? Is that
basically I explain it as being clairvoyant. In my life I've had certain things happen and I knew they were coming. If that basically explains what my clairvoyance was. I was in a position with something. I don't really want to explain it because it doesn't really need explaining, but I knew something was coming in this certain thing that I'm talking about, and it came out to be true. And it's not just something that like, oh, the sky's going to be blue tomorrow. type of thing. Okay. And also when I was a young lad, we'll say, I moved to this house with my family, my mom and my dad, and it was a new house. I was lucky to live in a newer built home, and it was a tri-level home. And if you are familiar with that, Pia and Chat and everybody, it's basically a upper level, a mid level, and a lower level of a house. Okay. Anyway, so we just moved there. I rode my bike down the street, riding around the neighborhood, and there was just looking around, didn't find much, found some woods. I was a young kid, so I didn't ride very far. But within the first year living there, I woke up one night and it was like a movie. It was like there was a beam of the moonlight shining through my window, and there was a figure there in the light, basically. And so what I saw was a young child about my age, and he was basically driving one of my trucks around, as a kid, a toy that I had. He was driving it around on the floor from what I remember. And I remember waking up probably the next day or so and telling my mom about the dream, and my mom was like, wow, that's weird, and so anyway, make the story a little bit shorter. So I ride my bike a little bit further, the next couple week or whatever. I ride my bike a little bit further down the road, and there's a cemetery there, and I don't know. I just knew from that moment that I had contacted, a spirit or a ghost or whatever you want to say. So I always felt some kind of connection with, the other side, even it being whatever, but years later, I go back to said area of where I grew up. I didn't, we ended up moving anyway and moving to a different area, but I go back and just kind of check out the area of the neighborhood, and you'll never believe what I saw. So I go to where I knew the cemetery was. I didn't look it up online. It was a couple years ago. Obviously they had, the information was out there, but I didn't look it up online just because I remembered where it was. So I drove there, and there was a house where the cemetery once was. It was crazy, but I looked into it after the fact, and the city had dug up all the bodies probably in the 90s sometime and moved them all into one cemetery. But that was one of my first ghost experiences. And then just after my mom had passed in 2014, and ghost hunting apps were starting to come out, and I was curious about them, and I believe I talked to my mom on a Spirit Talker app, and I've kind of always been down. And the more I looked into it years later, there was a guy who pretty much created the Spirit Talker app. I forget, I don't know if it's the Ovilus app or what it was. Sorry, but the man created this to talk to his daughter, which is it's amazing. But so I'd always kind of believed in those things. I know people are wishy-washy on things, and yes, I don't really want to get into all that, but I always felt like I talked with my mom, and I kind of always believed in the apps and things of that nature. But I don't know, Pia, you still there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
What is Stargate Sleuth still working?
She, as far as I knew, was looking for her earbuds because she didn't want to have any kind of issue with her audio. Don't want to announce it. Okay. Okay, that's cool.
Okay.
So
like some of my
Go
some of
ahead.
my other like psychic things that I've felt like I've had is like I've walked into rooms and just like had, you know, I've seen things just like why is this flashing before my eyes, you know? Like and like also like Pia, I don't know if you remember this, but a couple years ago, like you didn't know me obviously, but a couple years ago I took Reiki training.
Oh yeah. You were telling me that.
Which is basically
The energy healing.
Which basically a healing, yes, energy healing. I've kind of like strayed away from that. Like, I don't know why. I feel like I've had low energy the last couple of years, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that makes me legit or not, but you know, I got a feeling. I get feelings, brighten my feelings. You know what I'm saying?
Aurora Rain was asking about Spirit Talker. We did use that app on Shaken Paranormal quite a lot. We used Spirit Talker, we used Necrophonic, we used Necrometer, we used, what was the other one? Ghost Tube. We used, there's a lot of them. We used Ouija boards. We used Bob's psychic abilities, his talents, his ability to speak with entities who have moved on in the world. Lots of things. We used like light. We used sound. We used fire. We've used a lot of things, right, Bob? Like pictures, energy from items.
Yep. I think the spirits liked our lights. I mean, they said that in the last video that they liked our lights. One of the videos I was in, myself, they told me they liked my hat. Which
That's right.
It was a brand new hat, which was really cool.
Oh yeah, and they said that they liked my. What did they like of mine?
They liked your jeans or your pants.
Yeah, that was weird. Yeah,
right.
that's weird.
Yeah. So,
but like on the Shaken Paranormal channel, just so you guys know, we started that channel. I think it's probably really close to exactly a year ago, and I believe that there are 90 videos on there. We do have a lot of different things, but we do have interest in going to different locations. Any kind of content suggestions for that are welcome, right, Bob? And we did go to what we just showed you, the 7 Gables Road. We did do 2 trips to that location, and we did go the second time with a subscriber. I don't know if 13th Hour wanted to come up or not and share the fact that we will be joining her in Oklahoma in a few months at her request to check out haunted locations.
I also had an idea for you, which it's basically, we've talked about it before on Shaken Paranormal, but we actually never did it. I would like to visit some of our celebrities here in our area and
in our state.
Yeah, in Detroit. There's a lot of, you know, like musical artists down there. I'd like to see, you know, kind of along the lines of our, you know, our Dr. Kevorkian video, you know, same kind of thing, maybe.
Yeah, Kevorkian, and wasn't the other one in Michigan? We were in Michigan.
Yes.
Too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Kevorkian and DeLorean. That's what it was. And yeah, there's the Motown people. Is it Motown? Detroit. Remember there was like.
Yeah, there's a lot of Motown singers in Detroit.
Actors.
Yeah, I couldn't like tell you exactly right off the bat.
And actually, just in case you guys didn't know, on the same token, I might as well just shout out Andrew Mosier, because he was a subscriber on Shaken Paranormal. We don't have memberships on that channel. I don't know why, but he's a paid member on this channel as well in Michigan once a year. And he does help organize this pretty awesome event, which is called Hearst Fest, right?
Yeah.
And it's in September, I believe.
Yeah.
if you guys have never seen that or whatever, it's pretty cool.
This is one of the things I wanted to tell you that I really would love to do. It's the guitarist for MC5. His name was Fred Smith. Like his headstones are amazing. They're really cool. I'd love to do a little like what do you say presentation about him, because a lot of people don't know MC5. They don't know who Fred Smith. I mean, if you don't and you're hearing my words right now and you like classic like Detroit punk feel, 60s rock and roll, MC5 is a great band. But I would love to do something on that, Pia. I'm gonna bring your people up. I'm gonna peace out for a little bit. If they're ready to come up, you think? I'll bring up 13th hour.
Okay. I'll add her up here. Georgia.
Hey,
Hello?
hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Have
Can
a
you hear me
cracked
okay?
rib from. Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh. Yeah, I can
Yeah,
hear you.
yeah, cracked a rib coughing.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's painful. So,
That sounds awful.
so it's kind of rough. It's not a big deal though. But so on the protection thing, we got that covered. Y'all clearly know I'm pagan and I know this area quite well. And I know what we need to do because it's all Native American land. You know, the Trail of Tears ended here in Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't even think about
I've
that.
hiked part of the Trail of Tears in Missouri.
Yeah. See, this is where
It
it
goes
ended.
all the way
and they-
there. Wow. That's
Yeah,
pretty
it goes.
cool.
Yes.
It's pretty far, Pia. I think it's over 1,000 miles. I believe. I could be wrong. I mean, I could look it
Yes.
up real quick, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
pretty.
but it ended in Oklahoma, and then in Oklahoma they split the tribes up and sent them in different places on reservations. So, and one of the places that we're going to go is called Brown Springs. Now, back in the day, probably around the 80s, Ardmore was known as Little Chicago because our murder rate was the same as like Chicago, Illinois. And we're a very small town. And one of the reasons for that was a lot of what's the word I'm looking mafia activity. Yes, mafioso activity. We have tons of tunnels underneath our town, which you can't get in anymore because it's so dangerous with black mold and stuff like that. And so there's a lot of stuff here. Ardmore is really super old. We've had two major explosions here. We have a refinery, an oil refinery here, and that refinery exploded when, let's see, in the early 1900s. We actually have a museum I'll take you to that'll show you everything about the place, about our area. But at Brown Springs, it's a dump, but it's also been a murder dumping ground. Now, what's out at Brown Springs is very interesting. Brown Springs has a no longer use. I mean, it's a completely abandoned cemetery. And the further you go in, you find Indian mounds, Indian burial mounds. When I was younger and dumber, we went out there to go check it out. And my dumb behind climbed right on top of one of those mounds and I got pushed off because I was just disrespecting an Indian burial ground. One of the most amazing experiences I have ever had in my entire life was that day there. And it was before I got pushed. And this was with 3 other people. We were all out there and you could hear Native American drums beating in the background in the distance. And there's no reservation there. I mean, nobody knew we were there, and you have to kind of go through. It's really far and snaky, but it's a great place, and you have to go like through. There's it's just amazing. But there's several. We have several haunts. We have a ghost train. We have Ghost Hill. We're out on Ghost Hill. We have the ghost train, which is literally a train that used to go through that area where the tracks aren't even there. The tracks have been pulled up, and people have reported seeing the ghost train. On that road, there's another issue, which is actually a personal experience that my husband had. And he will never take that road at night ever again, he said. And nothing scares him. But that was an interesting experience. There is a house here in town called Berry Hill House. And this house was in my husband's family early in his life. We're gonna before you guys come, we're gonna go talk to the owners and see if they'll let us come and investigate, which I do believe they will. And this place used to, it still has the old slaves' quarters. It was a plantation. One time we drove by, probably 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and on the property where they grow corn, this is an ag state, so you find things growing everywhere. But they have corn right next to it. Had corn patch right next to the house, and there's a little girl. You'd see a little girl in a little pink dress with pigtails and little pink bows in her hair.
What?
Well, yeah, and we know why she's there, because of his family. And the reason she's there is because when they were building Berry Hill House, which was right after the Civil War, they accidentally, this was the daughter of Jinx Berryhill, which is a distant cousin of my husband. And Jinx Berryhill's daughter was accidentally poured into the foundation. So you still see her to this day. Yeah. And the house on the inside, you will see spirits because the front room used to be a funeral parlor from way back in the day.
You said McBride House, right?
No, I did Berryhill.
Burial.
This is just a private home. Nobody investigates it. Nobody talks about it. You got to be local to know about Berryhill House. It is absolutely amazing. It's gorgeous. How many stories is Berryhill House? 3? 3 and a quarter. Because
wow.
Yeah, it has a original tin roof. Yeah, it still has the original tin roof on it. It has a round room that's completely surrounded. It's all metal, and we still don't know why. But I think that there was a reason. I don't know if it was like a Faraday cage, or if it like for protection. But
Jinx's grandmother.
My husband says there were rumors that Jinx Berryhill's grandmother
Did seances.
Did seances in that room. So I believe it was a Faraday cage. Yeah. And didn't Jinx died in the house? Yes. Oh, that's right. He burned himself alive in that room.
Second floor.
Yeah, burned himself alive.
Doused himself with kerosene.
Doused himself with kerosene and lit himself on fire and died. And the house didn't burn. Only him. The room didn't burn. Just him. Yeah, very fascinating. And then
the house didn't burn, just his body
no,
burned?
ma'am. That's correct. That is correct.
What the heck?
And we also had a major train explosion, derailment and explosion in the early 1900s. Around the time, when was it? It was in the 20s. But like I said, I can't wait for you to see the museum for all this stuff. I mean, it's all laid bare. It's beautiful. It's in an old military armory, so you're really gonna like it, Pia. It's very cool. It's a very
it sounds
cool
like
museum.
it. It sounds like it has a lot of energy.
You have no idea the energy. I've got the zeitgeist. I mean, I've got my fingers on the pulse of society. I feel things from far, far, far away. And so when I go to these places, I feel these things. I mean, and I see things. I don't always tell people when I see them because I feel like some of I get blocked because some things are just private. You know, they're just personal and very private. Because
Exactly.
when people don't understand your ability, they tend to they tend to shun you, especially when you live in the Bible Belt like we do. And
Yeah, I'm sure. That's like I've never lived anywhere. Well, maybe in the army I lived. Is Georgia in the Bible Belt?
I
Or
am,
South
yeah.
Carolina?
Yeah, I'm in the
Yeah.
Bible Belt.
Yeah. I think when I was in
But
Georgia, I might have been in the Bible Belt. It was a very
I was
interesting
talking about my name.
like environment. You know what I mean? Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah,
Your name, yeah, Georgia,
yeah, yeah,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, right. Duh, it's Georgia
yeah.
in the Bible
It was
Belt.
a
Oh
joy.
my
It was
gosh,
just,
that took me a minute.
yeah, it's all right, Pia.
Whew.
You're through with that pre-roll.
Yeah, I figured, yeah.
Yeah.
It's the first one. It's the first one of many that I'm getting back to my old self, I guess.
I'm jelly,
So
jelly,
hopefully
jelly.
way
But
better now.
it's just we have so many places. You know, I was looking at Shaken, and you were talking about like Crybaby Bridge. I think there's a
Yeah.
Crybaby Bridge everywhere. We've got one here too. But more interesting is Twin Bridges, and Twin Bridges is really amazing. And one of the things that I do have to say, we'll try it both ways, but you'll get more if you don't use devices in Oklahoma.
Right. Yeah, just by the energy, right? Yeah.
Yes. The Native
Yeah, that's what
American,
Bob's
the
really good
natives
with
don't like
that.
it.
Way better than me.
Natives don't like it. They just the Native American spirits don't like it. It's technology. They don't understand it. And I'm telling you, you don't. He's going to be blown away as soon as he hits this state. As soon as he crosses into this state, the energy here is so intense. And I was telling you, you know, we live in the Red River Basin, and we have what used to the Arbuckle Mountains, and they used to be the tallest mountains on the planet during the Cretaceous period. They fell over, so we have striations that go sideways on these mountains, they are diagonally instead of, you know, like standing straight, you know, diagonal and vertical, you know, instead of being horizontal. And you'll find that this used to be the bottom of the Cretaceous period ocean. So we have tons and tons of fossils everywhere. Our wildlife, the only thing you really have to worry about here with wildlife are snakes and the occasional cougar, because they'll come into town. Mountain lion, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
And we
got them up here.
Like cougar the animal?
No, like the one with the teeth that'll sneak up on you and take you. That kind of cougar.
You know what? I want to find an arrowhead. I looked when I was in Missouri. I used to live in Missouri, the southern part of Missouri. And when I was down there, I looked. I lived down there for like 8 months or so, and I looked every time I was outside for one. I never could find, but
oh, I bet you find one here. And if you don't, you can buy one that's been found here. Right there at the museum. Yeah, you can just pick one up that has been picked up here in this state, because it's a souvenir that you get to take with you. I mean, you get souvenirs here. We have Rose Rock. Are you familiar with Rose Rock? Google Rose Rocks, because we have a piece of Rose Rock in our local truck stop, Love's.
Oh wow.
That is like the biggest one in the world, and it is absolutely stunning. But Google Rose Rocks; they are gorgeous. It just looks like it's like a rock that looks like it's made of roses, and it's red. And but that's because we have red clay, so everything turns red. Like it's red dirt, Oklahoma. It's not brown dirt. It's red dirt.
It's warm,
we had
right? Warm down there.
girl, it's 80 degrees today. 80. My air conditioner is on. I'm in a sundress.
Oh
My
my
husband's
goodness.
sweating in the house.
You hear that, Bob?
Yeah,
In her house
I mean,
right?
that's how it was in Missouri, though. I was not used to that weather because I'm so dang northern. Like
Yeah, we're
I pretty
subtropical.
much, I pretty
No,
much
you're Michigan
grew
guy?
up Canadian. You know, like I grew up on the 45th parallel, so it's pretty much snow for 8 months out of the year. And when I moved down to Missouri, I was freaking miserable because it was 70 degrees. I think usually when it was 30 below where I lived originally. So like people are like, what's wrong with you? And, you know,
He's like, what's wrong with you, bud?
but it was also like when I moved down there, like it was 30 degrees out and I'm driving with the window down. They're like, what is wrong with you?
Right.
That's like spring. That's
Our
spring weather.
summers. Okay, well, our summers around July, August, between 105 and 116
Yeah.
with humidity.
Yeah, I can't. I can do dry, not the humidity though.
Wait, what month is
The
that?
humidity. That's like July to August. So
Okay,
that's
we're
why I
not
was
going
talking
down there.
October.
Yeah.
That's why I told you.
We're
I
not
told
going
you
down there in
October.
July or August, right?
No. Y'all need to wait till October because we don't even get cold weather until January or February. And then it's only just cold snap where we live. I mean, we just, not to mention, you don't want to come here during tornado season anyway.
Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You know, we
have
pretty
two
bad luck
tornado
with that,
seasons.
actually. Right, Bob?
Yeah,
was that tornado season that happened to us last year? Was it?
Oh, when a tree.
When we went camping?
Fell on me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bob and I went camping. Oh my God, Bob, do you want to tell them what happened? You tell it better than me. You tell it way better than me.
I guess so. So we go camping the day of. We go and get our campsite. We're like, cool. We set everything up, all the tents, the everything, whatever, clotheslines, everything that we get. I mean, everything. And we sit down to enjoy the campsite, and it starts kind of raining a little bit, and we're like, oh, it's okay if it rains. We're all right.
Nope.
Like, who cares? We're like, we don't mind. Like, we're just sitting under this canvas, right?
Yeah.
And it starts getting crazy. And Bob's like, what'd you say?
I was like, well, let's go sit in the truck because it's starting to rain or whatever.
Isn't
And
this where you predicted a tornado?
it did something. Well, it was kind of a weird day. I don't know. It was just a weird day. And like, so we're sitting in the truck. We're sitting in the truck, and I moved the truck prior to this, which was a really bad idea. I should have known. I didn't see this coming. So I don't see everything. I don't see everything.
No, you wouldn't.
But if I would have, I mean, honestly, if the truck would have been moved, either a dang, raccoon hair, either way, we would have been hurt really bad. But
yeah,
a tornado came up right behind where we were staying, and probably like a 200-year-old tree dropped its branch right onto my truck.
Bob's like, he's like, cover your head. And I was like, are you serious right now? And he's like,
I remember y'all telling
oh my God. And I put my hands over my head, and this tree went boom. And it was like right behind his head, diagonal to where it would be right behind my head. And we could have been slaughtered. So like, I'm trying to get out. And I'm trying to like kick the door open, and Bob's like, come on, let's go. So he grabs me out of the car, and then you look behind me and you see the tornado, right?
Uh-huh.
Right, Bob?
Yeah, I saw it was like knocking like trees over. And we went and hid in the bathroom where there was a lot of people like in the bathroom, just like everybody's wide-eyed and like, what the? And like
no outside walls.
I was the only person pretty much that got like my truck destroyed. Another person had a little bit of a tree branch, I think, poke through their side of their camper. but
Yeah.
my
I'm
truck
surprised.
was like blown out. The black window blew out. I had just done like a bunch of work to my truck, which was pretty annoying, but it was pretty
Yeah, I
crazy. We were
remember
fine though.
they're like, was there anybody in that truck? Do you guys know? And we were like,
It
we
was
were in
us.
that truck. Yeah.
We
They're
were,
like, no
yeah.
way.
But the really cool part of the story is my truck was just beat up a little bit. I got a new door on it, and it's fine. I mean, so that was cool.
That's interesting. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, and it was not
Yeah.
cool. You guys let it be a lesson to you that you need. What is the insurance called, Bob? Hey, okay, hold on.
I see it.
Roll.
I mean,
Cool.
It's okay.
You're an
Just let them go.
idiot
Let them
in
go.
it.
That's
I
me.
can't see chat. I don't know what's going on, so no worries.
It's
But
gone.
I don't know. It's probably about me being crazy.
No, it was about a body part, some dumb
It was
kid.
about something weird, but it's okay.
Whatever. Kids will be kids. Bye bye, kid. But yeah.
That was scary.
The thing around here is they do sneak up on you, but we're lucky enough that we have really good Doppler radar, and we have really good storm chasers. We have really good meteorologists that keep us covered constantly. And then and then you have the Song of Our People in Oklahoma, which is the tornado siren. I don't know if you've
Right.
ever heard one, but that's the Song
Yeah.
of Our People.
They're all around here, but they're
Yeah,
all
that's the
at
Song of
noon
Our
here?
People.
At noon, like during tornado season, isn't like like that? Is that
Yeah,
what I'm thinking?
yeah. That's the song. Song of Our People. And we have two tornado seasons. We have spring and fall. But the fall tornado season doesn't actually hit till November. You okay, Pia?
Yeah, I'm just laughing. That was hilarious. That was good. You're like,
What?
it's a song of our people. It took me like
It is.
3
It's a song of our
seconds.
people. Yeah, but that took you 3 times. Well, you shouldn't have smoked that many. You girl, you're losing your mind. I love it.
Yeah, like yeah.
We were all made for each other. I'm telling you.
This stream is brought to you by Forbidden Fruit, I guess.
Forbidden Fruit's my favorite strain.
Dragonfly.
Oh yes.
apparently.
Ooh. And we have really great dispensaries here. I wrote all the verbiage for State Question 788, which legalized medicinal cannabis in Oklahoma. And I wrote all the verbiage for that back in 2016. We passed it. So
They only have medical there?
yeah, we only have medical, but we have a card and we'll be able to go to the dispensary and keep you covered. No worries. No worries at all. And if they pull you over, when they pull you over, they're not allowed to ask for the card.
Oh,
Police
really?
are not allowed to ask for it. Yeah. I took care of the verbiage. Now, if you're smoking it in the car, they can ask for your card. You know what I'm saying?
They do in Michigan too, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
We have recreational here, and it's something like it's a ridiculous amount. If you get pulled over, it's like, do you know what it is, Bob? It's like you would have to be a complete drug dealer to have that much, whatever it is.
Yeah, they don't even care
Hey,
about
what
it
are you
here
doing? But
in
like,
our
I don't
area.
know.
Yeah,
There's no limit.
even up to
I know.
Oklahoma City,
I know.
which is Oklahoma City's 93 miles north of us, and it's literally, exactly 93 miles north of us. And what is it? Dallas is 93 miles south of us, and that's why we're a perfect hub for drugs and sex trafficking. So you got to be real careful here.
For sure.
We're right in the middle. We're right in the middle, so you got to be really safe here for those kind of things. The people are super friendly. Super friendly. You'll be surprised. Southern hospitality is a thing. It's a real thing. It really is.
I like it.
But y'all are gonna have so much fun. Seriously, we've been sitting here talking.
You were saying there was like a body dumping. What was that?
Yeah. Brown Springs is known as a body dump. Yeah. Yeah,
What
so
is
many
a body
bodies.
dump? What is that?
When somebody kills somebody and just wants to get rid of the body, and they just dump it where they don't think it's going to get found, and they don't get caught.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a body dump. They find bodies there
Oh,
all the
I'm
time.
sure. Yeah, I'm sure Bob would pick up. Bob, are you listening? I'm sure Bob would pick up a lot of energy at a place like that.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Yes,
That's
sir.
a lot of emotion, like trapped in
Oh
a.
yes. The emotion is crazy in that place.
That's
Like
insane. Did you hear what she said,
it's
Bob?
heavy. It's
Yeah.
extremely heavy. It's very heavy. Like you almost. It's like wearing steel-toed boots trying to walk. It's just you just feel like something's pulling you down. It's pretty dark. And then Bob, I know you love your Bigfoot, and I've already told y'all we're gonna set y'all up camping, and yeah, Bigfoot is a thing here. Bigfoot's a thing here. Have I seen the Bigfoot? Nope, not with my own eyes. But
What about Deer Man?
never heard of it. Never heard of it. I just like the Oklahoma mud octopus does not exist.
I was going to ask you that too, but
No Oklahoma mud octopus. But we do have catfish that'll drag you under and kill you.
oh yeah, I'm going to
They're
go
big enough.
noodling. I'm totally noodling.
Oh, you want to go noodling? Oh, we'll
Yeah.
take you noodling. We'll take you. My husband knows the best places. And you're good, but you're going to have somebody strong enough to hang on to your
What is
ankles.
that? You're taking him noodling?
Yo.
What are you talking about?
Noodling. So it's noodling.
You
Snoodling?
put your hand in like this, Pia. You put your
Hillbilly
hand in,
hand fishing.
and you put it in a catfish's mouth, and he bites onto you, and you.
Okay, well, see what you have to
Whoa, are you
understand.
serious?
Yeah, so what they do is on the bank, just under the water, they dig a hole in the water, and then they go in backwards, and they just open their mouth and wait for the food to come to them. So when you find that hole,
Yeah.
So when you find that hole, you put your arm in there. But here's the thing: this is Oklahoma.
Oh, okay, wait, yeah.
You may have to put your body in this hole and
Isn't there
then
a
lift your
show?
feet.
There's like some show
I
now
mean-
where people are doing that on like the.
Yeah. It's,
Yeah, there was one. Yeah,
They grabbed
yeah.
this.
But I'm telling you, how long was the one that John caught? 6.5 feet long was noodled out, and that's how much did it weigh? It was over 100.
Whoa.
96 pounds, and that was a flathead. That was a flathead catfish. And then we had one, and my husband says it's one of the biggest he has ever seen. Also, we have alligator gar. Now, and I mean that's just a downright dinosaur, period. And if you don't know what alligator gar are, look that one up. Check out a picture of that.
I do know
Yeah.
what those are. Actually, I've caught
And
one
they get
in Missouri.
yes. Alligator snapping turtles are a huge problem. Not snapping turtles, but the alligator snapping turtle that Mr. Williams talking about down there. The alligator snapping turtle, they get enormous and they can bite through a log. They get huge.
They could bite through a log, Bob.
We also have
Bite
the
through a
horny
log.
toad. We have the horny toad, and
What kind
their
of
defense.
toad was that, Bob? On that video that was really huge next to your foot. Is that a
That was just a bullfrog.
bullfrog?
I
Okay.
The
I
horny
know
toad.
It's huge though.
horny
Right?
toad's different. Yeah, I want.
Yeah,
do you guys
the
have? You have armadillo?
Oh yes, we have armadillo. You don't touch those; they carry leprosy.
Damn it! I want to catch one.
No, they have leprosy. No, you don't touch them. No. They carry leprosy. No.
Dang it!
No.
Well, I have
sir.
to get my
Not
leprosy
catching
shot. I have to get my
you'll
leprosy
have to get
shot.
leprosy shot. Yeah, because you don't. Now you could shoot one if you want to, and then look at it up close. But I mean, people hunt down here. But
No, I
yeah,
want one.
I
As
know
a
you
pet.
want to.
Dang it!
No, you don't. They're very aggressive. They're highly aggressive.
I tried.
People just don't.
I tried to pet one in Missouri. It didn't work out so well.
I bet it didn't work out well. You tried to pet an armadillo? Are you out of your mind? Oh,
it ran. Yeah.
Well, you're lucky it ran. You're lucky it ran.
Well, I was driving down the road and I pulled up. Well, I'm like from northern Michigan. We don't see that kind of crap. We got stuff, but not like that. So I was like, man, I pulled over and I ran up to it and it just kind of looked at me and scurried off, but it ran fast enough to where I was like, I don't know if I want to touch it, but I just wanted to because I just wanted to touch it, because it's hard, shell, skinny, whatever. It's not going to hurt me. But
and we have it will because they carry leprosy.
I've seen dudes up north take porcupines and flip them over and pet their stomachs. So that's kind of.
We don't have any of those here. So no porcupines, no bears, not in our area. They're farther up north in Oklahoma where you get the bears. In West Oklahoma, but you don't have to worry about bears here. And actually, the place that we're suggesting that you go to camp, honestly, you're not going to have any issues with wildlife really, because it's all for recreation. It's a recreational. It's state park, so it's really cool. It's really cool. But yeah, there's a lot of Bigfoot sightings out there. No Oklahoma mud squid. No squidbillies here. No squidbillies
What is
here.
the creature called up north, babe? The one in the woods in Traverse City.
The dogman.
Is it Wendigo?
No, the dogman. Dogman.
No reports of dogman here. No,
the Wendigo is also up here.
Wendigo is. Yeah, we have Wendigo here. Obviously, Native Americans believe in the Wendigo. Yeah. There's but I
a dog person.
I just don't. I'm on the fence with the Wendigo. Now Bigfoot, I totally believe is plausible. I really do. I just haven't seen one. But the Wendigo I believe is Native American mythology, passed on, just folklore. And because I've never seen anything like that, kind of like Mothman, sort of, but then again, he's been seen a lot. And I'm surprised he wasn't seen when that bridge got hit the other day. I'm surprised nobody saw him then. So, but I don't know, Mothman just kind of ran its course. But here, there's just so much here because Oklahoma is so old. Like everything's so old. It's just, Billy the Kid. Billy the Kid? Didn't they shoot him here? No, he lived on the outskirts of what is now town, and he used to be there. The guy,
Frank and Jesse James.
Yeah, Frank and Jesse James. My husband is related to Frank. Not gosh, my brain's gone. Oh look, it's an armadillo. My husband's watching Naked and Afraid, and we saw an armadillo right there. And they're not shooting it to eat it, so they know better.
That sounds fair.
But
nice.
It's this place is so gorgeous. It is just beautiful. Turner Falls. I really am gonna have to we're gonna have to go out to Turner Falls. Turner Falls is amazing. It's beautiful. It's a waterfall. It's beautiful. And there's these old
you know what? By a rock castle? Is that what?
Yes, the rock castle.
Okay, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah,
I wanted to see that. I had heard about that on some show that they had a lot of paranormal activity up there, actually.
Yes, ma'am. And you can go right into those stretches.
Right? It's a very remote stretch of like.
No, it's a state park. No, it's a state park.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, you could swim there. Oh, yeah. Yeah, people.
But there's like
a lot of people die.
Right? I think I'm thinking of the right place.
Yeah, no, you're thinking pretty close. You're pretty close.
It's
It's
like
just
by the mountains, kind of.
yeah, the castle. It's old military barrack kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Made of
Okay. Yeah, that's what
concrete.
it is. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's made of concrete, and you can go in every single little of those buildings, and they're just spread out. And there's some great stuff up there. A lot
Hey.
of energy, a lot of stuff. Yeah, I see that catfish
I want
noodling.
to show you this real quick. I want to look at this real quick.
What is
Okay,
that?
let's watch it.
Watch, Pia.
This
Okay, I'm watching.
noodling the 50-pound catfish. This is how you do it.
Is there no sound, Bob?
There's sound, but it's just quiet.
Okay.
You don't need sound.
With her leg or hand?
I believe he's using his legs.
His toes. Oh, what the?
Oh my!
What
Yeah.
the hell? Are you serious right now?
He was okay. So what? Now what you have to understand is she was the bait. He was holding her legs. She went in the hole.
Hey, it's
Oh,
slippery.
God, am I turning into a meme? This is gross.
There
Yeah,
it
where
is.
did he bite
You
you?
use your own body for that.
Isn't that awesome?
That thing is
Oh,
ginormous.
no.
How many pounds do you think that is?
My husband said that's a big
Well, it's as
flathead.
tall as Hannah.
Ow.
Isn't that amazing?
What kind of
That's
fish
50
is
pounds.
that?
That's a flathead catfish. They bark
Whoa, it is
too.
a big fish.
Hey,
They bark.
what did you say you want him for your birthday? Big fish. What did you get?
Big fish.
Big fish.
Big fish.
Got
They
me a
also
big old
bark.
fish.
Fish.
They bark.
Like
They bark.
they chirp on the water or something.
No, you get them out of the water and they bark at you. It's weird. But yeah, I was waiting for y'all because I was like, yeah, he's holding somebody's ankles. I was waiting for Pia to freak the hell out. When that woman came out, I knew it was coming. That right there is noodling, baby.
Yeah, that would be fun.
She was in my husband said he guarantees you she was in a hole up to her hips.
That's crazy. That was a lot.
And that is a
She
lot.
was
That's a
laying
big
in the water
fish.
waiting for the fish to like suck on her body. It was like
And then you have to grab it, and they have these sandpaper teeth, and they spin, and they'll take a couple of layers of skin off of you. You got to be really careful. So yes, Bob,
Man.
just know. And
Bob,
we
you
also
want to
have
do that? You
we have
want to catch
water
a fish like that?
and we
Bob?
have water moccasins. We have water moccasins too, which is a poisonous water snake.
Yeah.
And they can bite you underwater. So you got to be super careful around here.
So let's ask the chat. What's it called? Snoodling? Do you guys want to?
noodling?
Do you guys want us to do noodling in Oklahoma? Do you guys want us to include that in our Oklahoma content?
I think it'd be funny. I think it'd be so funny because we can bait the hole before you come. We can bait the hole before you come.
I'll be observing, not taking part in the snoodling.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest. I'm not about that life, really.
You just figured it out, didn't you? Yeah, the catfish get big here, buddy.
It's like, I grew up on an island. I would not. I'd be like, no. I'd be like, no. I have a traumatic.
We swim in that water, man. We swim in that water. We don't care.
Exactly. That
We'll
would be
swim
so
in it.
scary. But it'd be fun to watch somebody else do it, I suppose. If I didn't have to do it, you know.
You can watch it on TV. You can watch noodling videos all day. There's going to be a ton of them. Alligator gar. Those things are. They're terrifying. They're huge. The alligator gar and the alligator snapping turtle. That thing is actually ferocious. And then I was telling you about the horny toads. Their only means of defense is squirting you in the face with blood from their eyes. They squirt blood from their eyes.
From their eyes?
Blood from their eyes at your face. That is,
Like
and they're
a
little bitty.
jellyfish kind of.
We
How
do.
they squirt
No,
whatever it is.
they're dry land. They're dry land. The horny. It's the horned
Oh yeah,
toad.
it's like a toad. Yeah.
The horny
Ew.
toad. Yeah, yeah.
What
That's a
in the
defense
hell?
mechanism. And then, yeah, they're harmless, completely harmless. I used to keep them as pets. We all did. And then now the alligator snapping turtle. That's a different story. That thing is terrifying. Those things get huge, and you do not want to cross one, especially if you see the inside of its mouth. I mean, it's got teeth like all in its mouth, like barbs and stuff. They're scary. Oh my gosh, they are
I
scary,
mean,
scary, and they get
they
big.
probably live to be pretty old, right?
Yeah,
I
they
would
do.
think.
They actually do.
Like
Yeah.
turtles are pretty old.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They,
What is this,
uh,
Bob? Oh,
oh,
blood.
there's the horny toad. Okay, now watch him do it.
What the hell?
They puff up and say, "I'm bigger than you," and then
Intimidating. Secondly, if this snake tries to eat this lizard, it's going to get a mouthful of spikes.
After puffing itself up, the lizard literally flips out.
Yep.
These crazy
Plays
moves
dead.
are more than enough to freak this enemy out. But doing a turn.
That's just one thing it does, and then it squirts blood out of its eyes as well, right in the
Ew.
predator's face. Yeah, and they're little bitty. They're little bitty, like the size of a muffin. They're tiny. They don't get very big at all. They're little bitty cuties. We have but we do
I
have
want one,
spiders.
Bob.
We have
Why
giant
you get
tarantulas.
one of those?
We have giant tarantulas. Yeah, we do have giant tarantulas,
How do you
and
make
they're
it? There you go.
they're
Get a big
non-arboreal.
aquarium. I want a big aquarium for the horny toad. That's what I'm getting. I'm getting one.
Oh, you're
Okay.
gonna get one.
Well, if you can find them, they're almost extinct. So if
We
you
could
can
go
find
grab
one,
one in Oklahoma, and then like
they're almost extinct here.
put them
So
in a
if you can
blanket
find
quick.
them,
and-
It's probably so illegal to
Right.
even touch them, probably, or extinct. But I would never hurt.
oh
No,
gosh,
never.
no,
We would never.
no,
We don't
no,
even. We
no.
don't even eat animals. We eat fish, but I don't think
Yeah,
we eat fish that are that big yet, right, Bob? We never eat a
that's
fish that big.
pescatarianism.
Yeah.
Ovo-lacto-pescatarian. That's what
I'm
I
sure-
like to go
Yeah.
for.
Yeah,
Ovo-lacto-pescatarian is what I am. And except for right now, I have to take in more protein because I'm at 85 pounds. So I have to eat what I don't want to. But once I get up to that point, then I can maintain it with ovo-lacto-pescatarianism and just leave it at that because that's what I prefer. And I like my veggies and my fruits. If I could live on fruits and vegetables, I would, but my body just doesn't operate that way.
I added
Is
Stargate to
Doe
the Combro.
and Doho is asking if you put a link up, would we play it?
What?
What is it?
I'm afraid.
Doho, right?
Yeah, I'm
What is it,
afraid.
Doho? Is it your video? That would be cool if it was your video. I would post anything that you had on your
I
channel.
haven't
think
been
that
to
sounds
his
awesome.
channel and I don't know what it's called.
It's called Doho.
Really?
Yeah, you just click on his
Okay.
name and then it takes you straight
See,
to Doho's channel.
I have a friend who has a son named Dylan, and we've always called him Dill Hole or Dill Pickle. And he has a t-shirt that says, "I pooped today." I nearly died when Dill came on today. My husband, yeah. So the kid's name's Dylan, and we call him Dill Hole. And he has a shirt that says, "I pooped today," that he wears. So it's just so weird. It's so
Oh
weird.
man, we can't use that for merch, huh, Bob? Somebody already has that idea. Can't do that at poop today. It's not going to be
Oh,
enough.
no.
That
No.
sucks. What is it, Dill Hole? What is the video? Let's see if Stargate. Can we hear you now, Stargate? She waited.
Well, I'm
Yeah.
here. Can you hear me?
Oh, bless
Can
her
you hear
heart.
me? Yep. Can you, Bob?
It's choppy.
She's still cutting. Yeah, she's still cutting out.
Mm.
Bad. Oh,
Are you
And it's
using an iPhone or are you using an Android or are you using something that like maybe put that headphones in
Android.
louder?
I'm on an Android tablet.
When I Vanguard. Okay, am I still right now?
I can kind of hear her. Can you hear
Yeah.
her?
I'm catching bits and pieces, but
Yeah, I don't know.
that's just, oh, baby. I wish you could talk. Stargate.
She's been playing like a long ass.
She has. She just sat there and waited.
She said Android, somebody said. Okay. So now thank you for telling me that. Let's see. Someone can hear it.
I tried to. If you can hear me, don't. I'm taking off your mic settings for a minute to see if I can fix it. Uh-oh, we're at 13th.
Hello. What's going on? Who's left here? Am I on?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. And who else is here? Nobody now.
13th hours backstage.
Did you get in trouble because somebody said what they said?
Where,
The person that came in and was inappropriate. We didn't get in trouble for that, did we?
No, I don't think so.
I didn't push anything. Just come back if you guys can. Sorry. That's where she lives. Color sounds like comedian Kathleen Monahan. Who's Kathleen Monahan? Now I want to Google her. If she was on our show, shout out. Because you never know. Be like, well, surprise. That was our special guest today, guys. Whoever Kathleen Monahan is. Let me look her up. That'd be cool.
Okay. What's going on now?
I'm not sure.
I'm getting tired, bro.
Bro, what? I don't know who you're talking to, so I'm not gonna respond to that. Are you serious? Tell me what. Yeah. Let's see. So, I don't know. Do you guys know anything about StreamYard? We are having a lot of difficulties with this freaking.
Would you like to play another video for a while? Take a little break for a second.
Maybe. Were you gonna from Shaken Paranormal? You mean?
Well, actually, I wanted to play that Ryan Upchurch video. I think that'd be okay. It's like 11 minutes long. Want to take a little break for a second?
Are we gonna get in trouble for posting a Ryan Upchurch video, or they'll just have us take it out?
Just take it out. You know the rules. Let's just go with it. Okay.
All right, go ahead. Bob says to do it, so did you have it ready? Because I would like to have some coffee. But you guys, I've been up for 4 hours and 2 minutes, so I just need to have some coffee real quick. Okay.
Yeah, just go ahead.
I'll be right back in here in a second. Just want to pour some coffee into this cup here because I'm thirsty. Okay.
I gotta like work with his commercials. He's got thousands of commercials, so just a second.
Okay, so I'm gonna turn my camera off. You want to talk to them while I get my coffee?
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get this going right now.
Apparently yesterday, 2 of his houses got raided for ongoing sex trafficking investigation. One house in Los Angeles, California, and the other one in Miami, Florida. And apparently when that happened, P. Diddy's plane left from California, then stopped at a chain of islands in the Caribbean, an island called Antigua for gas or something. And it was headed towards a place called Cape Verde. But here's the thing, there's something wrong with that. It's the same source is saying that he was seen at this airport called Opelika on the outskirts of Miami. If he was seen at that airport, then he couldn't have been on his airplane that left California. And here's why. Because if his plane left from Los Angeles, California, then went to the Caribbean to head to a place called Cape Verde, he wouldn't have stopped in Miami Second off, why would he do that? If his house in California is getting raided and he left from there on an airplane, why would you stop at the other house that's getting raided for the police to intercept you when your plane lands? Not only that, check this out. So 2 of his houses got raided, right? Okay. Why is there only footage of one of his houses getting raided? Not only that, but in the footage they do have of one house getting raided, how is the news helicopter or whatever, how is that in the air ready to go and already filming exactly when the raid's going on, when they're pulling people out of the house? Either that was the most non-secretive raid ever, the high up law enforcement just chit chats with the news stations, it's like, hey, guess what? Or the news station is just a fucking psychic or something. It's little details that matter to me. So here's another little detail. So every news thing that I've seen talking about this is saying that he's headed towards a place called Cape Verde, C-A-P-E Verde. There is no Cape Verde on Google Earth. There's a Cabo Verde. You can type in Cape Verde, but that ain't what it's called on Google Earth. I mean, what are you going to say? Some people say it different. I mean, you can't spell Tennessee any other way except for the way it's already spelled. Here's what I don't understand. If you get off Google Earth and go to Google Maps, both made by Google, Google Maps has a Cape Verde, has it spelled that way, but Google Earth does not. I don't understand the point of that. Another thing, is it P. Diddy's house? Technically, we need to know, because some sources are saying it's P. Diddy's house. Other sources are saying it's not his house, it's not in his name, it's in his daughter's name, and it's in an LLC called Bad Boy Films. So is it or is it not? Another thing, what's up with the jets? Everybody's like, oh yeah, look, P. Diddy's jet. Why is some people posting white ones and some people posting black ones? What color is the jet? I'm not really questioning any of these things. I'm trying to get the viewer who's watching this video right now to notice this pattern. What is up with this pattern? Left, right, red, blue, 1, 2. They raided both houses, but we only got some of this house. It's a black jet. It's a white jet. He stopped at this airport. He didn't stop at the airport. He's on the plane. He's not on the plane. What is up with this pattern that seems like it's like shittily designed to confuse people who watch the internet? Because that's the thing. If you had solid information that was the true timeline, that people knew what they were talking about, you wouldn't have that many theories about what could have possibly happened. If you have one majorly fucked up, stupid sounding story about somebody and they actually did something, then there's going to be thousands of theories and thousands of people arguing about what theory of theirs is better. While whatever the person actually did, no one cares because you're too busy arguing about who's right about the fucking theory. Then if the person actually did something bad that you're theorizing did something, and you're arguing and all these theories are multiplying and everybody's fucking misconstruing the information, then they get away. They get away because you spend too much time bullshitting. Like all these true crime channels being like, all we need to do is speculate. Now, how about you just fucking read the facts and just speculate about those facts? And don't speculate about an imaginary thing that coulda, shoulda, and woulda happened. Like, dude, seriously, like 60% of the true crime channels, do you know what you're actually doing? You are speculating someone's speculation. Do you think you're going to figure out something doing that? And if you're not doing that, you're staying neutral on purpose and not saying they're putting any input in and just going with the majority. And I hate to break it to you, but the real investigators don't have investigating YouTube channels. I'm just saying. But getting back to some real shit, that pattern I was talking about earlier, that pattern, I've noticed that pattern about 3 years ago. And the first time I ever seen it was in the true crime community on YouTube. And I was like, what is up with this? If they're trying to figure shit out, why are they trying to confuse motherfuckers at the same time? Then when you're doing the same exact thing as they are, except for you're not doing the whole 1, 2, red, blue, is he over here? Is he over here? If you're not doing that, they drop whatever they're doing and they fucking attack the shit out of you. And they say that they're right, even though they're not right or wrong. They're actually giving you multiple things that could be right or wrong. But it seems like they're doing it on purpose because these fucking individual channels have just popped up in the past 3 years, like a lot of them. And it's like their job is to fuck the information up that gets out to us. When you're trying to
Right?
figure out something, it's good to get clues.
Notice
But
that,
when you
Bob?
got 10 million clues and they're just like the clues keep stacking up, you're never going to get to the end of it. And that's what I think their goal is. Because now everyone's able to communicate on the internet. And if the whole world is trying to solve one particular thing, then it would get solved really fast.
Wanna pause that quick?
Unless they just kept adding a bunch of bullshit fucking clues. And I know. Church, they've been doing that forever. I know, but I'm specifically talking about the true crime community.
So what did you think of that part right there, Bob? That's what I wanted to discuss right there, as far as that video goes.
I think he's right on. And
I mean, in our personal experience, I'm
I know he's kind of like poking the bear type dealio, but whatever. I get it.
I do as well. We've noticed, like, in the past month or so, when we've distanced ourselves from other channels, with no disrespect thrown in, no shade whatsoever, guys. Right now, like, I'll look right into the camera. Am I looking right into the camera right now, Bob? I'm pretty level here. Okay. So anybody who's a true crime creator and anybody who has any kind of YouTube channel that gives us the respect and time to come to our channel and comment and react and do whatever you want to do on your channel, it's great. And we'll do whatever we're going to do on our channel, and it's great. But we have noticed that there are a lot of people trying to control the narrative of other people's channels, and we won't be controlled on our channel to be in any way manipulated towards one thing or another. There obviously are powers that be, such as three-letter organizations that would put people into place so they can control the narrative of a high-profile case. And we've been approached by strange, interesting people in that aspect. So we just want to stand apart, and for that reason, we're going to be a little bit separate. But I thought it was very interesting that Ryan Upchurch was pointing out facts in his latest video, because he is a channel that Bob and I frequently watch when we are watching true crime. Would you agree, Bob?
I'm sorry, what'd you say? I was reading
Ryan
something.
Upchurch is somebody who we would regularly probably watch. And he was pointing out the fact that there are a lot of channels that control a narrative for high profile cases. And we've been kind of approached by really interesting people who kind of like try to sway like what our content's going to be about. So we try to make it, I'm trying to make it really clear that, like, not only is your style of editing unique, and I'm not saying we're any better than anybody else. I'm just saying your style of editing is unique in the way that we present things and the way that we are like, hey, come up on panel and what do you guys want us to do? And we're just trying to like create a community of like-minded people who want to do great things. But just as Ryan Upchurch was mentioning, like, it's not just bigger channels. It's like people like us who have a large growth in a short amount of time.
Well, it's hard to make that caliber of a video every time.
Every single time.
Like, I can't, like, it also like wears on me a little bit to, I like to go into something and do something different every time, but also keep it along the same, thing. But yeah, I get burned out on it too, like really quick. And that's the other thing is I can't do the same video every time. Like, it's like a band. You don't want to like make the same record
song
every time. Right.
Nobody wants to hear the same thing every time. Or look at the same footage every time, or you know what I mean? Anything along those lines. But
yeah,
like,
we can talk about different things in the Brian Koberger case, but like, I don't know how, like, I don't want to make a 9-minute video every 420, or, it's kind of like we talked about certain things and we set our piece on it. Like, we made some great videos. I want to like make other videos on other cases and things that are going on. I would like to do more Delphi, but I'm afraid to touch that case because I you know, I highly recommend, you know, my boy.
Oh yeah, Captain Howdy, correct?
Boy.
Oh, the Captain Howdy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Pardon me for the mistake.
So I'm afraid to touch that just on a respect. I don't want to like stomp or, you know what I mean? Like it's so.
Right, I don't want to do the Linda Lane footage 500 million times. Other creators are welcome to do that. But what I think Bob is trying to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, babe, I don't want to speak for you ever, and you know that. But I think what you're saying is unless something new comes out, we're not just going to keep doing the same Idaho 4. We're very connected with it. That's our biggest case that we focused on. But we're up for suggestions. We're, you know, like paranormal. Now you guys know we're in Michigan. You know that we're willing to travel and we're willing to allow you to show us locations that you believe are haunted, or if you want us to investigate anything. We do have. Let me put the I'm going to put up one more time the P.O. box. I'll put it on the screen for a minute. There were some people and they wanted to. I'm getting emails at the same time. I'm looking at stuff while you're talking and other people were talking. Okay. This is our P.O. box that we just got. And it's not where we live, guys. We do live in Michigan, but
who's joining the conversation? Nightbot. Holy cow. I wonder where he was at. Sorry.
I'm not sure. Anyway, this is not the city we live in, but this is where we will be getting our mail for the channel. So if you wanted to sell a haunted relic, or I can't remember the name of you guys, I wish you would email me from TikTok, the Juggalo company. You have like a t-shirt company and you wanted us to give you our sizes. We wear size large, right, Bob? Are you a large? We're both large, I think.
Yeah.
But send the t-shirts to our P.O. box. It's right down here. Or if you want to like to send anything that you wanted us to put in a video, like a case file, we could send that back and forth easily. But if it's something easier sent, there was a lot of ideas. We've been live for about 4 hours and 16 minutes. So I can't remember everything that I was going to say about the P.O. box, but I did mention, and the community posted, I was going to put it in the live. So here it is right here. Strange Suspicion, P.O. Box 1305. It's Fowlerville, right? Fowlerville, Michigan. 48836. So, yo, that's the P.O. Box. Do not send. Oh, I know what I was going to say about that. So on the back of my mind, don't send anything illegal. Don't send anything that's going to get us in trouble or make us look crazy or anything. You know what I mean? Just be cool. It's real cool. Yeah. I know that some of you had some products. I think someone had some candles. If that's actually your candle company, we'll give you a shout out. That's no problem at all. I forget. So
did you want to still end it?
Yeah, I do want to end it at 4:20, and it's 4:17. I was gonna try to go 6 hours, but my head really hurts.
Mine too.
It hurts on this side. And if you guys have content suggestions for Monday, we'll be doing a premiere video with live chat. Is that right, Bob? Please share this link. And remember that we will be doing the premiere video Monday at 4:20 p.m. Eastern. Whatever your time zone is. If you guys just go to the link once the thumbnail is posted, did you hear that? Once the thumbnail is posted, if you click notify me or remind me or something, like once you click it, it'll give you the reminder like right before it starts. So if the time difference is like a little bit confusing to you, it might be easier just to click on the thumbnail. Once Bob puts up the thumbnail for Monday, you just click on it and there'll be a notification bell and you click remind me. I think that's what it says. Do you guys have any idea? If I'm right or wrong, let me know in the chat. And also Monday, since we have like over 4,000 subscribers right now, Monday I was thinking that I would give something away, but I was trying to make it so we could try to get 100 people in the chat. It's like a pretty big painting. It looks like this. It's hard to show, but it says "Go to Sleep." It's pretty big, and it's pretty nice. It's an original painting. So if we can get 100 people in the chat on Monday, I would love to make that a giveaway for Monday. Thank you for joining us, and we will see you Monday at 4:20. Take care, guys.